count, and or with grandkids too. So, and sometimes even with I actually try to listen to Dragon occasionally.
Huh? What?
Yeah, see what I mean? But
sorry, I was on my phone.
Yeah. So, the answer is, whoops, I need a microphone, Dragon.
The market goes up and down. Warren Buffett has a saying, in the short run, the market's a voting machine. In the long run, it's a weighing machine. And in the long run, it's going to weigh, do we have good policies?
Yes.
And I in my former business, I commented on market structure, market ups and downs a lot. I'm trying not to do that.
Yes.
But for everyone who thinks that these market declines are all based on the president's economic policies, I can tell you that this market decline started with the Chinese AI announcement of DeepSeek.
Right.
So the so-called Mag 7, the tech stocks, had been doing very well for about 18 months, led the market, and I think that there was kind of a real dose of reality in what was going on in AI. And I think U.S. is going to remain the leader in AI, but the AI-related stocks started coming down. So, like if I were to...
Now, why did they start coming down? Because, we were sitting here all dumb, fat, and happy with the Mag 7, and then suddenly DeepSeek over here from Communist China pops up on the scene and seems to be better, requires less power, has certain advantages to it, and then suddenly we start seeing a decline over here. And I agree with him. I still think we will be the leader in AI, but in terms of if you use the market to analyze who's going to be the winner in AI, you'd say, holy cow, this horse came out from, way behind and is now ahead by, a couple of noses, and it's like, yeah, but you still haven't gotten to the finish line yet. Yeah. So that horse was able to sprint for a little while, and the markets reacted like, oh, crap, we're losing.
Analyze in my old hat, and this is the only time I'm going to talk about it, my old hat, what's happening with the market, I'd say it's more a Mag 7 problem and not a MAGA problem.
Right. So it's a deeper, so actually the markets are, you're saying in this specific case with tech stocks, are taking like a real measure of the value of companies relative to foreign companies.
The real value. What's the real value of Apple or NVIDIA or TSMC or Alphabet or any of the others?
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Will you have the income you need for retirement? Worried about your investments? There's something you can do about it. A plan guaranteed in writing not to lose a dime. Guaranteed returns, income for life. Call now for a free retirement evaluation and get a free best-selling book by certified financial planner Joe Chiano, 303-779-6600. The book, Smart Money Moves. And it's free, 303-779-6600. Free retirement review and a book, 303-779-6600.
Done right, did right by me. We've heard those words before. Hi, Dan Cicchini. For kitchens done right, our forte is custom kitchens. But also, ever since we started back in '85, kitchen cabinet refacing and custom countertops. With our unique refacing process, you'll get a brand new looking kitchen without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of total kitchen replacement. How's it done, Todd?
Folks, we'll install custom hand-rubbed cabinet doors and drawer fronts and resurface your existing cabinet boxes with a 1/4-inch thick overlay to match, not veneer. We offer additional cabinets, cabinet changes, sliding shelves, and new drawers. Countertops in quartz, granite, solid surface, or the stunning new laminate. Dad, the folks should call now. Why?
Well, Todd, great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors. Finished basements and windows and doors. Done right. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. DRHI.com, 303-722-2295, or 800-362-8370.
Ben, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-239-1749. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-239-1749. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-239-1749. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-239-1749. 800-239-1749 or biglou.com.
So you're redoing your kitchen and bath? Got just the place for you. Below wholesale pricing on cabinets, granite, sinks, faucets, bath hardware, and all kinds of accessories. Buy and build. Great for do-it-yourselfers. Or send your contractor. And another option. Let Buy and Build do it all. Turnkey. Low cost. High quality. Buy and Build. 560 South Lipan. Just west of I-25 on Alameda. Then south on Lipan. 303-295-6022. Buyandbuild.net.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Great looking day for your Monday. Temperatures stay going to be a little above average in the mid to upper 60s. Lots of sunshine, and that wind stays light. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burks.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll explain how the sport of basketball was invented to lead people to God. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News special report. I'm Wayne Cabot. All the indexes back down deep in the red now after an early anomaly. In the span of a half an hour this morning, the Dow gained a head-scratching 2,500 points, then lost it all. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis says President Trump is standing by his tariffs, calling any dip in the markets or the economy medicine.
The direction of travel here is pretty clear. Unless this trade war comes to an end pretty soon, we're going to see a lot more red on our screen than green, and we're going to be down more than 20%. We'll be down 25, 30% and in a recession.
Today, Trump threatened more tariffs on China if Beijing doesn't withdraw retaliatory measures. Domestic oil, West Texas Intermediary, plunged below $60 a barrel. Drivers may see savings, but economists see possible signs of a recession. If the S&P continues its losses at the bell, it will have entered a bear market, 20% off its recent high. This is ABC News. Day after day of severe weather in the South and Midwest have people looking at the sky in a new way.
There's just been so many tornadoes lately that it's just scary, and the devastation in so many different places.
Denise Morgan, resident of Dyersburg, Tennessee. ABC's Morgan Norwood.
The death toll rising, at least 20 people since last Wednesday. The latest victims, a father and a son in central Georgia, who were killed by a falling tree.
Only Congress sets tariffs under the Constitution, but President Trump is using an emergency claim to push them past a mostly compliant Congress. ABC News chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl says the U.S. Supreme Court may take up a legal challenge.
Another conservative legal analyst who I spoke to recently on this said that if this got to the Supreme Court, they believe this could be a lopsided decision, perhaps a 9-0 decision against the president.
Spirit Airlines CEO Ted Christie is stepping down. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
It started off as a normal day. I felt fine when I arrived at the plant.
Ruth Junius's life was about to change.
Then I dropped my keys. They kept slipping out of my hand. My arm felt numb. A coworker asked me if I was okay, and I couldn't speak. I started to get scared.
Ruth was having a stroke. People around her weren't sure what to do.
They thought I should go home or lie down, but I knew something was very wrong. I wrote 911 on a piece of paper with my other hand, and someone called for me.
Because everyone acted quickly, doctors at the hospital were able to give Ruth treatment that started to reverse the symptoms.
Within a few minutes, I was talking again. I didn't know a thing about stroke before I had one. Now I make sure that my friends and family know all the signs of stroke, so they'll get help fast if they need it.
No stroke. Know the signs. Act in time. Call 1-800-352-9424 for more information. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, National Institutes of Health.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The Colorado Springs artist who painted President Trump's portrait says his comments are damaging her reputation. Last month, the president complained about his portrait that hung in the Colorado State Capitol building rotunda, calling it distorted, and it was taken down. Artist Sarah Boardman says she wants to clear the air and says she was not trying to make a purposeful distortion of his face. A project to resurface 5 miles of I-25 in Denver between Alameda Avenue and West 44th Avenue is underway. Crews adding new pavement and doing bridge repair work through January. Most lane closures will happen during the overnight hours to minimize the impact on traffic. A nice week ahead along the Front Range.
Plenty of sunshine for your Monday. Temperatures today are going to be just slightly above average in the mid-60s. That wind stays light. Overnight down to the low 40s. And then we do warm up for Tuesday, but we're going to see more cloud cover. Temperatures in the mid-70s. That wind ramps up, and it sticks around through Wednesday. But the whole week stays above average.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burse. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
All right, doing pretty well out here. Watch for an accident down in the Littleton area at Bellevue and Prince that just came in a few minutes ago. We'll check on that. That's the 225 in from the spillway, slightly slow, but I-25 in and out of Tech Center looks pretty good for us. We do have some slowing on I-70 west. It looks like from Quebec heading back over towards I-25. In fact, the ramp from westbound 70 to southbound 25 is kind of jamming up just a little bit, and 270, a little bit of traffic to contend with through Commerce City. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
What if I can guarantee the price of Bitcoin will be $1 million in 2030? Well, I can't, but I can guarantee you'll save a lot of money on blinds at my company, Blindster.com. Free samples, free shipping, and guaranteed to fit. Shop at Blindster.com today.
Hard work and dreams lead to success, but easily filing your taxes with TurboTax and Credit Karma doesn't hurt either. Make filing taxes a walk in the park, because we'll pre-fill your info for you so you can file quickly and confidently. Winner! Get the peace of mind that comes with expert help. Let's go! Being powered by TurboTax means you're backed by the leading tax preparer, and we'll show you all your filing options up front so there are no surprises. File your taxes on Intuit Credit Karma today. Expert help not available with all products. Guarantee details available at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
When it comes to selecting a real estate broker, accept no excuses. That's why I endorse this man.
We aggressively go to work for you. No gimmicks, no shortcuts, just results.
Frank Duran with RE/MAX Alliance.
You get my team's full support, but I personally negotiate the sale for you when you list your home with me. I'm with you every step of the way.
Go to Frank's website for tips on buying and selling. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, or call 303-920-1622.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
We've become so much more than a fixed frequency from a radio tower.
Take your radio with you.
630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere.
A stream online
at KHOW.com. It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Monday at 4, Here Comes the Sun. We'll break down all the reasons to believe the economy is going to come roaring back and the market stronger than ever if we just have some patience and some strength. Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to a Monday. And as we get into spring, what's going on in your life? If you're having any problems with your sump pumps or anything plumbing-wise or anything plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, we have Plumbline Services in the house today with us, Bob Logan. If you're looking on camera, he's to my right screen. That would be screen left. And we have Deputy D here. I don't know who's back at the ranch. I know Suze is on the phone.
And Deputy Bo, Tom.
Deputy Bo, welcome to the show. That rhymes. Okay, I was saying. What? Can you imagine if it was the Bo Show? The Bo Show. Hey, thanks, Bo, for being there, for helping us out. Deputy D, thank you for being there, helping us out. Let's get to the problems, questions, complaints you have. You can call us at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Of course, you can also call us at 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. And we will take all of your calls and get you on the show so you never have to wait. And for those of you who join us on YouTube, I call you my morons, and that's an affectionate term. So welcome one and all morons today. We appreciate you being here. And the morons always have a lot to contribute, and you're welcome to go to that spot to contribute as well. If you go on YouTube, you look for Referral List or Troubleshooter Network, and you'll find us. So without further ado, let's go to the phones. A lot of consumer news, though, a lot of consumer information I have for you. But right now, Twinika, what's happening with you? Hello.
Hi, good morning, Martino. I'm having issues with my landlord. I had a question regarding my lease, my renewal.
Okay.
She has not been communicating with us as we got off on a rocky start because I had a contact at Excel Energy due to a gas leak, and she thought I should have called her first. And ever since then, we have not been on a good term. But she has our lease ends next month, May the 14th. We still have not received any information on a lease renewal or if she's going to raise the rent or if we need to move.
Hold on now. What about the original? What about the original lease? What does it say about the end of lease? What is some of the wording? Does it say that they have to renew, or you have to give them word, or they have to give you word? There must be something that addresses the end of lease.
Well, yes, it did say that at the end of the lease that it would just roll over to a month-to-month tenancy, and that neither I am obligated or she's obligated to renew.
Okay.
But if we weren't to do so, we have to give at least a 30-day notice.
Okay, here's now I think I remember you, Twinika. Did you call me once before, right? And on Friday? Yeah. And I said what we would try to do is we would get our real estate attorney on for you.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, Suze, we were going to get on Brad O'Brien.
Brad O'Brien, I'll text him now, Tom.
Thanks. Twinika, hang on, and let's try to get our attorney on for this, and then give you some real advice. Do you have the lease in front of you?
Yes, I do. Uh-huh.
Just go to that one section. When we come back to you, I might want to ask you about it, okay?
Okay. All right. I sure will.
All right. What were you going to say, Deputy D?
Twinika, you never said if you discussed this with your landlord recently, did you have a conversation about whether or not this lease is going to be renewed?
No, I have not, because I was just trying to wait to see if she was going to, give us information on how to renew or if we were interested. But
right.
I was trying to read the laws, and it was saying that that she had like a 60-day notice to, I guess to either offer the renewal or let us know about rent increase, or if she was going to not renew, she had to give us a 90-day notice.
And when does it expire?
When does what expire?
When does this current lease expire?
At the end of May.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, May 14th, next month.
Oh, wait, did you say
Because
May
we
14th?
signed it on May 15th last year.
Okay, got it. I get
yes,
it.
sir. Uh-huh.
May 14th. She did tell me that. All right, so hang on. We'll try to get someone for you. 303-713-8255. Plumline Services in the house. As spring approaches, Bob, what are the biggest deals we're going to be looking for? What are the biggest problems?
One of the biggest things that are plumbing problems is things begin to thaw out, broken hose bibs over the winter.
Are there things that broke that really would not manifest till now?
Yeah, perhaps vacuum breakers that
for the sprinkler
system. So, yeah, in fact, I can throw out a special right now if you want.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
For $49, we'll do a complete spring plumbing inspection, your hose bibs, your vacuum breaker, your entire.
So in other words, you'll come and make sure everything's re-energized, ready to go, no leaks, ready and
just so
pressurized.
On those systems, all of a sudden you don't find a flooded basement.
Sometimes it's worth it. $49, you get that done. And 386-1086, can we use? 303-1086.
Absolutely.
303-386-1086, Plumline Services. Good people. I've known them for many, many years. 586. I'm so sorry. 303-586-1086. $49. Is it 49?
Yeah, $49 for the plumbing.
Plumbing check and turning on everything. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the other thing is obviously your air conditioning system. So many people wait until they actually turn it on. Get it inspected first. Make sure it's safe, operational, running within manufacturer specifications. Because once it gets hot, everybody, my competitors and our company, everybody will be super busy, and you don't want to be waiting through the summer to try to get your air conditioner fixed. And so get it looked at right now. We got a great tune-up special at $79, and we've run through the entire system and make sure everything is good for the summer.
Now, one thing I want to mention, people say, Tom, people that do these specials, what they really want to do is get into your home. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. It's called a loss leader. And they want to get into your home to show you what they can do. Not to sell you something, but to show you, hey, here's a wonderful inspection. Here's what we found. Then what happens is you decide if you like them, right? Now, they would be insane to do a special, the people I advertise for, to do a special just to get in there and try to sell you something or rip you off. Nobody does that. Yes, they want to get to know you. Yep. That's exactly what it is. There's nothing wrong with that. They'll leave that sticker on there and they hope you've observed them. And when you have a problem, you're going to call them back. Isn't that the truth? That's marketing.
Let me rephrase it a little bit different, Tom, because what I tell all of our technicians, everybody who works at the company, whether on the phone or in person, I'm like, our number one goal should be to win that client for
life.
Build the trust, build the relationship, show them what we have to offer. And quite frankly, I could care less if they pay $21 or $21,000. That's irrelevant to me.
Because eventually, if they stick with you, you'll get their business.
That's right. And if we treat them right, we serve them right, then they'll stay with us a long time. They'll tell their friends and family about us.
And so many times, people hide away from specials and advertising. Look at everybody on the radio and on TV, everything that's brought to you, every news item, every feature, everything is brought to you by advertisers and sponsors. And what they hope is that you're going to try them out. Now, I will tell you, there are a lot of bad people that advertise. There are good people that advertise. There are neutral people that advertise. So you have to still do the shopping. But remember that. There's nothing wrong with it. Upcoming, we'll talk about John Fuller. What does he do? You'll hear everybody does something to try to attract customers. There's nothing wrong with that. What you need to do is be discerning in choosing your company. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. And speaking of which, like Frank Duran, the real estate man, you know what he does? Free market analysis of what your house will sell for. It's a real one, by the way. Pictures, measurements, everything, the neighborhood, the surrounding area, the supply and demand, the interest rates. Now, why do you think he does that, Bob? Why would Frank Duran spend more than a few hours, a little time at the house, and then analysis. Why would he present a homeowner? Here is what my marketing plan and what I believe your house will sell for. No obligation. Now, why is that?
Because if he can build some value, some trust, that relationship, then when it does come time to sell your home, he's going to be the one to go to.
Now, and here's another reason. He is getting to learn the area, and you're letting him. So the more houses he does, the more well-rounded experience he has. So if you want a free analysis of what your house will sell for, maybe you're thinking about it. Frank Duran, realestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Yep.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
Now, I just told you about John Fuller. Now, what does John Fuller do? John Fuller says, you can call me about any personal injury accident that you've had for a loved one, yourself, a relative, and I will give you information. Ask me questions. I'll talk to you. You don't have to hire me. Now, no other personal injury attorney makes themselves available before you hire them. You can call the office and say, I want to talk to John Fuller. Now, if you decide to hire him, by the way, it's on a percentage fee basis, and he collects only when he collects for you. John Fuller has been on my team for so many, many years, and I know him and I trust him. John Fuller, you can trust him too. 303-597-4500, 597-4500. As you know, I started Wave 8 Wealth Management to help people like me who are frustrated with the investment industry, where people are just really out to take your money, put it with a big giant advisor, and then make a middleman fee. We don't do that. We're directly involved with each and every investor. Now, here's one thing I want to tell you. If you have 401k money, IRA money, or Roth, or what's called qualified money you want to invest, we have ways to do it legally and ethically with independent trustees. So I urge you to join me. Wave 8 Wealth Management. Here's the website, Wave 8 Capital, the number 8, the word capital, wave8capital.com, or 303-771-HELP, 771-4357.
Awesome.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Doing a great job already.
Oh, really? I can feel it.
We're all behind you.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know. I can feel it kicking my ass behind me. Get it?
No, not that close behind.
What did we ever do with that? I wonder what we ever did with that guy that had his car scratched. Oh, they won't pay him because, never mind. But they say he didn't discover it in time.
Tom, I took the case. I called him twice over the weekend to just get his contact information of who he dealt with at the CU.
Oh, good. Okay, I didn't have a note there. I'm glad he told me that. Deputy Bo. Thank you, Bo.
But it's going to be tough since he left the property.
No, I know. And then he came back, what, a day or two later?
24 hours later and started bitching about it. But I told him I'd follow up if he calls me
that's
back.
good. Yeah. A lot of these people, they do that. They become incognito.
Can I talk to Dee for a second?
What you drinking, Kool-Aid?
Dee's there.
You're
Go ahead.
drinking
He's
the
on.
Kool-Aid
I'm
already,
here.
are ya?
Hey, Dee.
Yeah.
It's Bo. Can you remove the step ladder in front of Tom?
Oh,
It's
okay. Yeah, I'm sorry.
blocking away of the...
Okay.
I'm sorry, man. I forgot to do
I know you are.
Thank you. Yeah, get your act together, Bo.
Come on.
I mean,
okay.
Dee,
It's,
thank
it's
you,
the
Dee.
Bo Show. It's still
I
in the
went
way.
flying this weekend.
Oh, there it
so
goes.
here's what I'm going to tell you. So
Oh, boy.
I wanted to make sure that plane was all set. So it's going to have its fresh annual. And then I talked to an instructor already who will love to do it. I like next to nothing, pay $30 an hour or something. And the airplane.
Hey, Shannon, don't fire off anymore.
He's not there, right? Put your headphones on.
So, no matter what, it's going to be a lot of fun for you. And then you'll get the airport operations out of the way and all that other stuff.
Hey,
It'll be fun.
or
No matter
become the
what,
banker
that will be
live
a
today.
swing. And then to switch over is going to be way easier than trying to do it all from scratch.
Is Sue's working the board, Mark?
Yeah, good.
No Kelly.
And
huh?
so with
thought
the
I
fixed
saw
wing, we're all
Kelly
set. The helicopter will attack once you get your fixed wing license.
Must have been my
We'll
imagination.
attack how we
I didn't go in there and grab that check this weekend.
Did you grab it?
No. Where was it?
Some ideas.
Oh, I'll go get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
For when they instruct.
I dug around a little bit. I didn't want to get caught on camera.
There are some
Been signed out.
limited policies that would cover training.
Mark, did you change the password again?
But what I think you and I will do in the long run, this turns out to be something. Is, I have an LLC.
Did you change the password?
Yes, it's the original. I just changed it. I didn't know it would kick you out. It's the original.
Oh, dear.
What I believe in is if
Now it wants me to change the password again.
It does. That's
yeah,
funny.
so I'm just going to add a bang.
Okay. So double.
What I'm more concerned about than anything is not the helicopter.
Tell Bo I'll help him in a minute.
That's my main deal.
I don't need any help. I'm a veteran now.
Bo, you need help.
Really?
Trust
Oh my God.
Sound like my damn
I
sister.
love when I have long periods of time. Help.
I need help.
Oh, you did? Did you see? I did the live. I'm doing that to
I'm
try
falling
to
down and I'm falling down and I can't get up.
Everyone does beautiful work when they record it because they can doctor it up. What I'm doing is
There, just is that the passport?
And so
Yeah,
the
it's-
sound. I did not touch anything. The sound was perfect in the beginning, cut out, and then came
princess.
back. So
There
I'm
you go.
convinced it's a
Thank
cell
you.
phone coverage as I'm flying through the air. Because
Princess,
bandwidth
oh.
changes like it does even here sometimes.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. And what I love to tell you is Compass Insurance Group. Free insurance checkups, and that's a serious item. To see you're not paying too much or you're not underinsured, possibly even overinsured, 303-996-9000. We're waiting for Brad O'Brien, and then we'll get to that lease issue because end of leases are not like they used to be. Now, Stephen has an interesting comment. I'm not sure what he means, but the comment on your call sheet is weird, Stephen. What did you want to talk about?
Outside the city limits does not apply to me. This is the river.
What did he just say? Stephen? Stephen?
He's in a van down by the river.
Oh, are you there, Mark? What?
Hi,
Stephen.
yes, I
Hi,
am.
Stephen. What's going on, brother?
I seen this news thing about the homeless problem in Lakewood and the area that they're talking about, the small space. I'm part of that small space, and I'm telling you, everything on that news it's not an outright lie. At the very least, a huge misdirection.
Now tell me, okay, hold on. Let's take this one step at a time. Let's take this one step at a time because here's what I say about TV reporting, having been in it for 40 years. Here's what I say about TV reporting. Many of the TV reporters, they make up their minds what the story's about. They go out and get the facts. And when it doesn't match what they want, they make it match. So they go out with a preconceived notion of what the story is. So what I'd like, and I'll give you a wonderful example of that back in the day, but right now I want to hear from you. What was the item that was reported on, and which reporter or which station are you taking issue with?
The story, I guess, was 9 News, but it came out on Fox 31.
Well, then it's both stories. So who's the one that did it wrong?
All of them.
Okay, tell me what the story.
Excuse
me. Here, Stephen. I want since you're in the middle of this, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to tell me the story as it was reported first, and then tell me the truth. First, tell me what was reported.
What was reported was that this has been an ongoing problem for years. That there's been fires being started near trees and by trees, and that it's become a huge problem that people are like going into the backyards of the neighborhood, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And while those statements had some accuracy, they don't apply to the place that they were trying to say was happening.
So what I want to know is, what do you mean? If you were reporting this, Stephen, I'm going to give you the microphone. Report what should have been said. Go ahead.
Okay, what should have been said is that this small piece of CDOT property here in Lakewood, that there are a number of homeless people here that care about the community, that we do our best to keep others that would do these types of things out of this area. I can't tell you how many times I've cleaned up shopping carts full of trash right here in this little spot where I'm at and hauled it out of here because I don't want to live in that crap either. We're trying to dig ourselves out of this hole, not bury ourselves in deeper.
Okay,
And
well,
what
how
they
did this
reported
news
was the
reporting?
thing, and
How did this news reporting mischaracterize that? I think I know now the story you're talking about. Is it near Wadsworth and 6th?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
always
it is.
been
And
there's
what
always
they
been
showed
trash
in the
there.
background as the camp
No.
is not the camp.
D,
What's that?
D, what were you going to say?
No, that's not the camp.
I
What
happen
they
to-
showed is not the camp.
So, look, I happened to drive by 6th and Wadsworth less than a week ago, and I saw the encampment, kind of like on that northeast side against the residential fence. It was a pigsty, dude. There's trash all over the place.
I don't think Steven's denying that, is he?
What do you guys use for a bathroom? Where do you go to the bathroom?
You're not one of them. Are you a resident there, Steven?
I think he's a resident there.
Yes.
That's how he started.
Okay, I'm sorry. So
I go to
Steven,
Walmart. I go to Walmart. I go to the Safe Flight Auto up here. I fly a sign for money so I don't have to steal to survive while I wait out a disability claim. The Safe Flight Auto up there lets me use their bathroom. They let me plug in my devices so that I have power on my phone.
May I ask
and,
some
and my
questions,
battery
Steven?
pack.
Steven, may I ask some questions because you're putting a face to all of this and a name. I want to ask you, how long have you been homeless?
I came back to Colorado at the end of 2019 from working with the carnival, and I got stuck here by COVID when COVID shut carnival down, and a disability claim that I've had in that I finally had a hearing for 2 weeks ago, and I'm waiting for the results, which should be favorable to try to pull out of this. I'm 60 years old. It's been something of a battle.
And so you absolutely had no savings or anything. So Steven, you had no savings or anything. So you had to transition to the streets.
Well, I dumped all my savings into getting my driver's license back at the end of COVID. And then COVID happened and they shut down carnival and I was stuck. That's correct.
When you say carnival, you mean a real carnival?
He was a carny.
Yes, sir.
What did you do there? What did you do there?
I had to do that after I had an accident.
What did you do there?
I worked games. I was a furniture. I worked games.
Oh, really? Can I ask you something, Steven? Come on, I got to ask. Are they rigged, Steven? Steven, are they rigged?
In many shows they are, in some they're not. There's two big, definite, distinct types of carnival. There's the ones that are trying to clean up that dirty carny image, and then there's the ones that are absolutely that dirty carnies.
You know, years and years ago, when we were in Florida, we were at this home, and next door to us was this giant estate. And my mom, to make some extra money, did house cleaning. And she happened to be house cleaning for this. When she would go down there to visit my sister, honest to God, she would take side jobs. That's what a hustler she was back in the day. And she did some house cleaning for this family next door, and it was Ringling. Honest to God, it was Ringling. And it was such an amazing thing, the home. And he had a miniature circus in the back. Anyway, I digress. So, Steven, right now, is there anything we can do to help you?
Yeah, I'd like somebody to come out and take pictures. Okay, the place that your guy right there was talking about, he's right. Last week it was trashed because I put my camp down here in a little spot.
Are you saying most of the time
well
it's
hidden?
not trashed?
I think Dimitri goes by there.
I am.
Dimitri, you want to stop and take
clean it up continuously.
So what do you want our representative to do when they go out there? What do you want them to just see that it's not always a trash pit?
I'd like them to see that it's not trashed. I'd like them to see that there are some people out here that aren't that dirty homeless image, if you will, like the carnies, that are just trying to dig our way out. This is a nice, secluded little spot where I can leave from here and go up there and fly my sign and come back and all my stuff's not gone. That we're not trying to trash anything, but Lakewood doesn't give us any alternatives to doing anything. There's no camping in Lakewood, they say, not even on private property. We're stuck.
Okay.
And granted, there's people out here that are doing rotten things.
I think what happens, though, is when you own... Hold on, man. Here's the other side of that. When you own property around that or a business around it, and it looks so absolutely horrible, people don't visit your business. You go to try to sell your property there, it's hard to sell. So, I mean, that's a real big problem.
I agree. I agree completely. That's why where I fly my sign at, I cleaned up that corner. I pulled all the weeds, and I got it all looking decent. And that's why the auto shop right there lets me come in and plug in my devices and use the restroom
Well, you
and
know
get a cup
what?
of coffee
You know,
if I need to.
Stephen,
The 10 times up there will give me a meal because I cleaned it up.
Stephen, you sound like a good guy. Okay, you do. What is your income right now?
The sign business.
Right now is whatever I can get on that corner flying a sign.
How much do you get out of curiosity?
Yeah, what do you get?
Anywhere from $30 to $100 a day if I happen to hit a good day, enough so I can eat and smoke cigarettes.
Hey, give me an idea of wait, hold on, I'm dying to know this. Like, give me an idea who gives you the most, and here's what I mean: white guys, white women, black women, black guys, Mexican
wait.
guys.
I also
mean,
want to know fancy cars or not so fancy cars.
Yeah, fancy, not so fancy.
Hispanic women. Where I sit, it's Hispanic women in middle class cars.
Interesting. That's who helps you the most.
Pretty white girls. I have kind of a joke, and I count the number of them on Fridays. Pretty white girls don't donate because they're used to getting things given to them.
Oh.
Some days I go 2 for 10 on a pretty white girl that'll actually give a little something. It's rarely more than 3 out of 10.
Sign works the best? Is it like one that's like, oh, who's kidding, I'm going to buy a beer? Or is it like a Vietnam vet? Or what sign works the best for you?
For me, I just simply say, please help, thank you, and God bless.
Okay, straight, simple.
Stephen seems very intelligent.
What's that?
Stephen, you seem very
I
intelligent.
did make a really small sign once.
Yeah, so what were you going to say?
Very
Bob Logan
small,
says
and it
that you
says,
seem pretty
"I need
intelligent, but
cash for a bigger
hold on a
sign."
second, bro. Hold on. Bob, what do you mean? So
I was
are
just
you
curious.
surprised that people who are homeless are intelligent? I don't know.
No. I mean, he seems very intelligent. He's got great communication skills. I'm just curious what his disability is and what's keeping him from working. Cause
Yeah, that's a good question. What is
maybe
it?
he can't do physical labor, but he's
I was
obviously
hit
very
by a
smart.
truck. I was on a bicycle. I got hit by a truck in 2015.
So
and
what's
broke
wrong with
15
you right
bones.
now? What is your disability?
Right now it is like, right now with the healing process, even though that was 10 years ago, there's days when I can't hardly move.
Oh,
just
that's
from
because
being stiff.
arthritis
I've got a
settled.
plate in my
That's
hip.
because arthritis settled in.
And if I do too much physically on any one given day, the next day I'm just wiped out, and an employer does not appreciate that.
Certainly understand, but
what about phone work or work or in a storeroom or something like that?
And it's so and again, they want that person that's going to be able to be there 5 days a week.
Yeah, well,
40
there's
hours
nothing
a
wrong
week,
with that, I
whatever
guess.
they are
What I'm
hired
saying, Stephen, are you claiming there is no work that you can do? None? You said you clean up that frickin' area.
No, I'm not. Right, and so I'm not claiming that there's no work that I can do, but what I am claiming is to do anything steady day after day, like an employer expects and should expect
I know.
for their
You're
money,
saying it's
I'm
difficult.
going to end up letting someone down.
So are you on disability?
And
Are
then
you
I'm
on
gonna end up letting someone down.
SSDI?
Not yet. I had my hearing before the magistrate like 2 weeks ago. They say it's going to take about 2 months for her to get her decision in writing.
Yeah.
We believe that they are going to approve it because the judge asked my attorney after the hearing, why should we pay him for 4 years when we only have medical records for the last 2?
Do me a
the reason
favor,
being
Stephen.
that it doesn't do me any good to go to the doctor and
Stephen,
complain about pain and turn down pain meds.
I want you to do me a favor. In that encampment, you have people from all walks of life. Is that true, or are they all about the same kind of lifestyle?
I've met in this encampment. See, I try not to camp with a lot of people because I don't like what happens when that happens. The trash piles.
Yeah.
The
I know. I
drugs
get
and
it.
all
I
the
get it,
crap
bro.
that
I
comes
get it.
with that.
I'm just asking.
And-
Are there a
and it
number
is
of people?
definitely people from all walks of life.
All right. You know what I'd
What's
like
that?
to do?
Is there a lot of crime? Is there a lot of crime in those communities? I'm being serious, not from you, but like rape. Do you see kids around? I mean, how bad are they, man?
You don't see any kids. It's damn near a kid-free environment no matter what camp you're in. I hear from some of the girls about how dangerous it is for them. In fact, quite often one of those any of those girls knows that my tent is a safe place.
Okay.
They can come here, they can sleep, they can tell me what's going on.
Is there a hierarchy? Is there certain people, like, this sounds dumb, but
Are
like
there
a
people
mayor
that take
of these
leadership
towns?
roles, right?
Exactly.
I think that happens in any group of people
He's
just
right.
by nature.
Hey, Stephen, hold on,
and
though.
if they don't like...
Yeah, I get what you're saying. We got to take a break. Here's what I want to ask you, and I'm serious. Suze can take your number down and give you a number to call back. I'm wondering if you can get a variety of people, let's say 5 people, you and 4 others, male and female, that will have lunch with me. And I would like to talk to you guys about your lives. I'm serious. I want to learn more about different reasons people got into homelessness. Hold him, and let's get his phone number and let's follow that up. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Waterpros.net, the best water systems, lowest prices, whole house water softening, and forever chemicals removed, plastics removed, plus drinking water at the kitchen sink, all for $39.95, the best deal ever. 303-862-5554. That's waterpros.net, 303-862-5554.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplan today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Yeah, we're looking very good on the highways, byways, no problem spots, and in fact, volume has lightened up very nicely for us. You may find some minor slowing on 270 near Vasquez, I-25 at the posted speed limit all the way across the city. 225 looks good, 10-minute commute out of Aurora, heading to the airport on Pena, 15 minutes from I-70 to the terminal. And it looks like up north, I-25 coming in from 120th into downtown, roughly about 10 minutes. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason,
I'm not
we'll
doing
remake
that.
them for free. Your satisfaction is
By the way,
always
I'm not doing that
guaranteed
other
at
one.
Blindster.com.
Red Rocks Roof and Solar. They do it all, from sales at the door to the installation and then the service. The reason I say they do it all, that's a big deal. Most solar companies have people that knock on doors, then they sell the contracts. You never know who you're dealing with. Some companies, after they install it, have nothing to do with the service. And when it comes to applying for tax credits, getting the paperwork you need is near impossible. If you want to work with a company that does not do that, a company that has all of the organizations tied together, that means they're selling, their service, their installation, and they will take care of you, including helping you with deductions and all of that. If you want some real good service, really real, I'm telling you, the one of the best solar companies I've ever encountered, redrocksrs.com, Red Rocks Roof and Solar, 303-704-2449.
What's that? Were you done already?
I'm not doing that commercial. I have no idea why it's on there for me.
Oh, because
Well, we have nothing to do with it, so Mark and I don't know.
What am I looking at?
It was American.
Oh, well, some
American Finance.
No, it's not. I did not see that.
It was up
you
there.
don't do American financing?
It was
Tom?
up there.
No.
Shannon, tell him I'm not dreaming. It was there.
No, Tom, I know it was up there. I get you.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't do those. We've already reached out, Shannon. I have no idea. You filled it, though, right? Tom?
No, I didn't fill it.
He can't hear me.
I can hear you, Mark, and I did not fill.
Yeah, always fill, man, just because of the network clock.
Do you need me to do it, Shannon? I can fill right now.
Oh, yeah. Unless V went over in the last one. I don't know where we were at, Shannon. It's up
Shannon,
to
let
you.
me know. Do you want me to fill
Breaks
anything?
like that.
Do you want me to fill anything?
You want to do? Yeah. Holy crap! Only asked once.
Do you want?
Hey, Shannon, should he fill something?
No, seriously. Is it 60
Fill
seconds
D's
you want?
ass. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Bob, let's do one of your specials real quick.
Stop asking stuff twice. You're making me crazy.
No, I'm sorry.
Hey, should he fill?
That's all right. Thank you. Can't wait.
And about
Real quick, I want you to go
Visit
over your
rhinoshieldsco.com. That's
30 we only have 30 seconds.
rhinoshieldsco.com, and you'll never have to paint again.
I'm here with Bob Logan from Plumline Services. Bob, you have a special for everyone they should listen to. What is it?
Yeah, Tom, we got a couple of a plumbing spring checkup. And so a lot of times people aren't prepared for starting up their sprinkler systems and everything else. They got leaks that they're not aware of. So for $49, we'll come out and do a complete spring checkup for the plumbing system.
Complete check plus turning on.
Plus turn it on. We'll do a $79 tune-up on your air conditioning system. Make sure it's running safe.
Right. So how much first for the sprinklers and the turning and the plumbing?
$49.
$49, and then $79 for an AC startup and check.
Correct.
All right, and that's Plumline Services. Plumline Services 303-586-1086. Now I'd like to tell you again about Wave 8 Wealth Management. I did this very seriously at my age because I was tired of the investment community and people who call themselves investment advisors. We are among the only ones who truly customize for each and every customer. Plus, we're doing Vestera turnkey investments for people that want an alternative investment. If you're interested in working with me or simply want to look over what you have, just contact me, okay? It's 303-771-HELP, 771-4357. The website, wave8capital.com. That's the number 8, wave8capital.com.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Sorry, I didn't know about this Amfin thing.
No, I don't have anything done with them.
I'm going to go.
I just write what I see on the screen. What?
And Mark, it's not.
I'm going to go.
Yeah,
I'm going to go talk to him.
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
And then on the, I don't mind doing it, but you do what you want with that, Mark.
Yeah, CMG. If it goes to that, as long as you strike a deal, then I'll do CMG. They said I could do CMG, but you apparently can't, or whatever conversation you had. But
I didn't even have.
So
See, that's the thing,
break,
Mark. I haven't. We'll talk about it off the air. But yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm cool with all of that.
I'm going to go get the ball rolling though, because they can't be popping up on the log every hour.
Yeah, just don't negotiate my fee,
break,
please.
I got CMG and
Of course
Regen.
not.
Is that all you, Mark?
I'll negotiate your fee. Go ahead.
Are you the next break, CMG and Regen? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, he can do that. Yeah.
So I won't pot dummy up.
I will put.
Well, that's if we have time to actually do the commercials, because Tom's running late.
So long on the
Gosh,
date.
dang it! Do I have
Leave
to
my
take this
Tommy
abuse?
alone.
Yeah, thank you, Suze. We got to kick their ass.
Well, what do you?
I'm kicking
my
ass
God,
today.
You're like
Hey,
Joe
Mark,
Biden.
are you in the
I'm
studio?
gonna kick his ass.
I feel like I'm
He is
living
in
with
the
Joe
studio.
What
Biden.
is his
Right
camera
here.
up? I got to bring his camera up.
No,
You don't have a
it was
camera.
long getting started, as you know, this morning.
Well, you can grab it. I can grab
got
it.
something you can grab.
Well, if you do though,
I'll handle it over the big break.
somebody must have the Jones for him. They say we can't see Mark, and I said, yeah, you should pay me for that.
Very excited to see your in-depth interview with the homeless camp.
I can't wait. I hope you don't pick up, either VD or something.
Take it.
Yeah.
Taking
You might
Shanahan's.
you might think about doing this way later on in the summer.
Shanahan's.
You taking
We got to
Stephen
get
When I
one.
have white blood cells.
You're up.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I want to go to the phones right now, and we're waiting for a real estate attorney, so we'll go to Don. Don, talk to me about a mechanic's lien. What's going on with you, Don?
Hi, Tom. How are you guys this morning?
I'm doing okay, man. What's happening with you?
Well, I've got a situation. I'm a small little HVACR contractor.
Okay.
Mostly do refrigeration work. About end of February, I got a call from one of our local refrigeration suppliers, and they had mistakenly sold equipment to an end user. Okay? And they wanted me to go out and take a look at it. Typically, I don't do this type of stuff because, yes, you can charge labor, make money on the labor, and maybe some miscellaneous. But then typically, these people want you to warranty the equipment, which you did not sell.
Okay, so hold on a sec. So what you're saying is, I need to know this. You're saying that the supplier normally just sells to contractors,
Correct.
but in this case, they made a mistake. And now they need your help.
Well, the guy that they sold the equipment to He misrepresented himself. He's a guy that's got a little ranch out East Parker, processes beef. He's got a little butcher shop on it, and he misrepresented himself as Rocky Mountain Contracting. Okay, brought them, engineered drawings.
Okay, so where's this all going now? So what happened?
Okay.
What happened, bro?
So originally I had turned it down. The local supplier asked me to go take a look at it because this guy was kind of getting upset that now he couldn't find someone to install it, and he had alleged that they would help him find somebody to install it. Went out there and looked at the equipment that was specified on the job, and it was incorrect. I mean, he brought engineered drawings with model numbers of outdoor units, model numbers of indoor units, and the equipment for what he was trying to do, it would not work.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, the guy took a container, one of those container cargo ship things.
Yeah.
And he did a fabulous job. I will say this, he made it into a walk-in cooler and a walk-in freezer outdoors.
Okay.
Okay. The equipment, I think he did all the engineering himself and just picked equipment offline. The outdoor units were not made to run outdoors or to be installed outdoors.
Right.
They were meant for indoor, for climate-controlled spaces.
Okay.
Refrigeration stuff back here.
So wait a minute. So Don,
like that,
so this big like train car or container, this was going to be a giant walk-in freezer and refrigerator.
Correct.
All right, you hold on. I want to come back and hear the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey would say, because this sounds very interesting. I'm Tom Martino. I can't wait to hear the rest. K&H has what you're looking for, whether it's windows, siding, doors, and more. Plus, now K&H, they have Painter Pros, K&H painters. You can get as well with their heritage. That's khwindows.com.
Thank you. Take a break. Cop a walk.
Man,
how much time do I have? I'm getting coffee.
Eternity.
No, how much?
We got
4, 5.
I don't know, like 6 minutes. 6.
Anybody want to?
Give me 30. I got to reload everything, like literally.
Let me put something on the screen for you.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Do you need your girl's help?
No, unless if it blows up again.
I'm just.
I guess the only thing. Well, I can't even get the call screener. She has no way to help.
Partner in lending.
You hear her?
It just does that Microsoft death. Then I got to Control-Alt-Delete it like back. No.
I'm putting it on the screen.
Yeah, okay. That's what I'm saying, though. I have no screen.
Mark, you want my
It's all right. Don't worry about it. Hold on.
Partner in lending.
I am. Thank you.
Just remember partnerinlending.com.
I don't know that he can hear you.
I can hear.
Okay.
Do you want my screener, Mark?
No, I'm good.
I can pull it up.
I'm good. I just can't be. I got to quit going to Temu. Ha!
You are not.
Yes, he's totally exploring his inner girl.
God. It's a fake Louis Vuitton.
I can't believe it. Rates are coming down. Don't be fooled by people who are nothing but a middleman. You want to go to the direct lender, no middleman. You want to go to the bank. You want to go to John Place with CMG Financial for any form of home loan, including the all-in-one, which is a 30-year fixed. Listen to this. A 30-year fixed. And you can fix this. Line of credit. They can't pull that credit away for 30 years. You can also do a reverse mortgage. She has experts, and you'll save money compared to any of the other guys. The other guys come to them. CMG, I want you to check this out, partnerinlending.com. And I know I'm excited. Everything I talk about when it comes to these guys is exciting. They've got the best rates. They're a direct lender. Partnerinlending.com. Let's talk about Denver Regen. Right now, for less than $300, you can start losing weight like I have. I've lost 35 pounds in about 15 or 16 weeks. I got about 10 more to go. I absolutely love it. Less than $300 a month. No more food noise. Check them out, denverregen.com. denverregen.com.
Nice.
Oh,
Mark, are you with us?
O and G.
Tell him I gotta go talk.
He left. He had to go.
God,
He's got to go talk to somebody,
he's in a
Shannon.
fantastic mood today.
Well,
it's
like
Monday.
Talk about
CMG.
Oh, we were just talking. I can't wait to tell him this is your specialty, Shannon.
It's my superpower.
It is your superpower. Oh my gosh!
Especially a fake Louis Vuitton. There's like 6 tells.
Rolex, you could tell the difference between a $100,000 Rolex. Here's my thing. Why would anybody spend $5,000 or even $1,000 on a fake Rolex?
Right.
Like either go all out and get the real thing, or just
was $800.
Just get a Swatch watch. I mean,
$800 for this stupid. But
OMG.
I like good watches, but I can't tell them apart. I can't.
But you could tell a handbag.
Oh my God, I don't get it. I don't get how I can glance at it and go, well, that's not a Coach.
Well, that's not a Louis Vuitton.
Exactly. I picked them out. Every time.
That's not a YSL.
Well, and here's my only point about it, is that yes, there's some styles that are hideous. Coats. I like some Michael Kors.
Yeah.
And a lot of the Louis
You're
Vuitton.
like, that's not a real Michael Kors.
I love a lot of the Louis Vuitton. And if you're going to get something that you want to be able to give to your kids in your will, you have to get the real stuff.
Yeah.
You want something to last, and they do. That's the only reason.
But Shannon, I've had Coach purses. They don't last any longer than an Amazon fanny pack. I swear to God. I've had Donna Karan. I've had Michael Kors. They don't last any more than just a regular Amazon branded purse. That's just me.
What are you doing to stuff?
Letting Mark use my purse.
I guess so. Talk about burning out a clutch.
Burning out a
God.
I love Swatch watches. They're so cool.
They're collectible, too.
Yeah, they are now,
Yeah, they're worth a lot of money.
I cannot wait to tell Mark about your superpower. He is going to have, well, I don't know, he's in a mood today.
Yes, he is.
God. So who knows? It is Monday. Top secret, don't get me started. I might have to challenge you to that. Bo knows me.
Yes, Susan's in a challenging mood. I'm going to tell you, Top Secret is the expert when it comes to Louis Vuitton.
Between poodles and Louis Vuitton, she is like genius.
She's so into it, she owns stock in the company.
No.
Oh my God, guess what his superpower is? Telling the difference between a real and a fake Louis Vuitton, Coach purse, whatever.
I can spot a fake. I can't spot fake watches.
Okay.
But a fake purse. It's the dumbest, gayest thing I do.
That is a gay thing, Shannon.
It's mildly gay. I mean, it's not like liking Maroon 5 or something.
Savvy, my...
All right, 303-713-8255. Hey, Don, what is going on with this mechanics lien?
I need to, I think, protect myself. Like I said in the first part, went out and we looked at this job. The equipment that the engineer drawing spec was incorrect. It would not work. I mean, it would work during the summer when the temperatures are okay, but the equipment was for indoors where you have a climate-controlled atmosphere.
Sure.
When you run refrigeration, air conditioning equipment back here during the winter, there's certain controls that you have to put on, whether it's CPR valves or fan cycling controls, in order for it to make it work. So I went out there and looked at the job, worked with the distributor that originally sold the people the equipment. We resized everything properly and provided the gentleman a bid.
So everything's working now.
When we left the job on Tuesday,
yeah.
March 18th, it was working correctly.
Have they paid you anything?
Are up front and stuff like that. I asked, or normally I don't. I'm on an old school.
Yeah, but what's the answer to the question?
50% down on installation.
So how much do they owe you?
$23,800.
And why are they saying they're not paying you? Are they saying the equipment's still not working, wrong size, climate, what?
He won't communicate with me about it.
Well, you better send a 10-day and intent to lien real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, you only have a certain amount of time from the day you either delivered parts or the last time you worked there. You got to send that 10-day. That gets the ball rolling. Then after that, I believe it's 60 days to actually file a lien. Then you have an additional 90 days to actually take them to court and win in court. And then basically you have a perfected lien.
Do you want to be part of this?
Questions on that? Because let me tell you something. With the kind of money you're...
Well, he's wrapping up with his
Okay, good.
HVAC
We'll
guy.
wait.
He's
We'll
got it
wait.
figured out.
Hire someone like Brad O'Brien to do it. It's going to cost you a few $100, but my God, you're going to end up getting paid.
I talked to Brad a couple weeks ago.
And what did he say? I'm curious. What did he say?
Yeah, he I tried to communicate with the customer and see if we could solve it another way, and that's what he said and stuff like that. So I will get the ball rolling on that.
That really sucks. Why do you think? Do you think they simply don't have the cash? They're upset with you? What leg do you think they have to stand on, if any?
I think it's because they originally planned on buying the equipment themselves and paying somebody a couple $1,000s to install it, and that was their budget.
Got it. Well,
I have a question for Don.
Yeah, go ahead, Bo.
Don, do you mind telling us who the supplier is that sold them the equipment?
I can, but I'd rather not. I mean,
Okay.
I've got a good working relationship with them.
Yeah, they didn't. What did they do wrong?
I'm just curious because I'm in the trade, because normally they never ever sell, not supposed to, especially anything with refrigerant in it, not supposed to sell to someone without that EPA license.
Yeah, but generally, wouldn't you could sell them the equipment than a guy like this?
Tom, he can finish the hour. It's only 1 minute.
Right, I agree.
I don't think there's end users.
Okay.
Bob can.
Now,
Yes.
wait a minute, though. Hold on. This is very curious. I'm pretty sure I can go to Home Depot and buy an air conditioner. Maybe I can. I always thought I could.
No, you can't, Mark, because you can just buy a window shaker.
Or a furnace.
Yeah, Bob, we only got 30, but we'd love to hear your opinion on it.
We'll do it after the break.
Refrigerant's highly
Yeah,
controlled.
if it's got Freon in it, you're not allowed to buy it unless you have an EPA license.
See, but okay, I don't want to sound super ignorant here, but I'm very ignorant on this topic. How come I can buy a refrigerator then? For the life of me. How come I can buy a car for the life of me?
I can explain that because, Mark, the units are, the Freon is sealed.
Where in this it's not sealed?
No, because you got several pieces and they have to be soldered or hooked up together.
Bob Logan could talk about it too.
Yeah,
Mark.
we're gonna talk about that with Bob Logan after this. But Don, I would call Bradley back, get that done. Listen, mechanics lien, there is a time frame you have to follow. We have got a lot coming up. 303 Martino, one line open. 303 Martino.
Thank you, Mark.
Hey, call. Listen, I just talked.
Absolutely. OLSlaw.com.
I talked to Jess and Brenda, and they're going to have. Who's the guy that does that account? I don't want to.
Ryan. Oh, no.
He's going to be calling you.
Oh, Andy, you mean?
370.
No, it's definitely not Andy. I think it's Ryan. But for the life of me,
Ryan is the boss at American Financing, and Andy is the one handling the account.
Man. Call us if you need any other advice or questions.
Okay, I guess Ryan's going to call you. When's the last time you talked to him?
Well, remember when I told you about it months ago? I said
months ago.
Yeah.
But nothing got done since then, right?
They may want you
yeah,
to do
so
a
he's going to
DIY
call you.
yourself first, but if you want to come on and see if they're
They were pretty shocked that you and Ryan didn't work
check.
something out. I'll tell you that.
And now the problem is,
Well,
the
it wasn't
spot
my
ran.
fault. Did they know that?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course they know it. I said I just talked to Tom. He hasn't talked to him about any kind of thing at all.
God.
And the spot ran in the log.
Anyway, so Shannon can tell the difference between
Fake and a real Louis Vuitton.
And Coach.
That's
Michael Kors.
It's enthralling. I want to do a doc on that.
Hermes or Hermes.
Oh, God,
yeah.
Hey, Dimitri.
Mark, buy
can you bring in
Louis
some of your
Vuitton
fake
purse.
purses?
Wait, what?
D, are you loaded up on fake handbags?
No,
yeah, do you have like a real and fake Louis Vuitton? Because Shannon can tell the difference. He claims.
I was the one looking for a fake Rolex.
Okay, how about this Lucky T-shirt I'm wearing? Is this real or is this a fake Lucky brand T-shirt?
Oh, fuck, I wouldn't know that.
Oh.
Now that's gay.
Shannon also spends his off time making candles.
Vanilla.
Scented?
Okay.
What's your top selling scent,
Vanilla.
Shannon?
Okay, you called a
Vanilla.
live radio show that
And
helps
I-
people. Did you
I've
want to
never
come on a
Schmuck.
live show to get help?
Schmuck flavored.
You're welcome.
Encampment.
Shannon, I'm going to bring you a couple
Candle
Louis
Hunt,
Vuitton
Tea
bags.
Encampment.
Okay, Twinika, Brad O'Brien's available. We'll be bringing you back up here in about 4 minutes.
Nothing on that.
Thanks, hon.
Sorry, Bo. I talked over
Okay,
you.
I've got
What's
Brad
that?
O'Brien.
All right.
I will bring in a couple Louis Vuitton bags this
Yeah,
week.
you should. I want to see Shannon
Yeah.
know the difference.
I'll have to make a visit
Let
to
me take a
somebody's
peek
house
at
to
your
get...
sack there, Bo.
What? My sack? I don't do Louis Vuitton sacks.
Brad O'Brien for line 1.
Thank you. Traveling with the Buffs, I see a lot
Hey, Mark.
of Louis Vuitton on the airplane.
Hey,
interesting.
Do you know that fucking guy actually negotiated my fee and everything and expected me to do it? And it's chicken shit.
I hadn't. You've got to be kidding me.
No, it's chicken shit. I don't want to give any
No,
more details.
but you're serious. How does he negotiate your fee? I don't understand that.
I don't know, but it was like chicken shit. We're talking.
Send it. Text me.
Was it chicken feed too, Tom?
Chicken scratch.
Hey, with the new tariffs, that chicken shit could be worth a fortune.
You sure it's not chicken scratch?
Tom's feed must have ended up with
Nice.
chicken feed.
Oh.
Okay.
Hey, Tom, you did get that. I need that new Gravina
No,
spot
I know.
ASAP.
I heard it. I understand it all.
Can you believe that family is at odds to that degree? They have fucking laws in place or
Oh, no,
rules
they
of
do.
The
engagement.
Gavinas? I know both sides of that family.
Try not to record that overmodulated, okay? Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, shut up.
Hey,
Hi, it's the
Suzanne.
Tom Martino Show. How you doing?
I gotta wait.
They hate each other.
Good. Listen, I'll be
JR
real
from the
quick 'cause
road,
we
I've
got our
decided
phones
you're
going
a
today.
nut.
Oh my God, that's funny. That's funny, and you know it's going to be 3. It's going to be probably how many of those were on the log? Don't even say who, but you know I'm talking about Shannon today.
Yeah, well, fine.
Just out of curiosity.
Are you talking about
Yeah,
Oh, there's one in the next break.
yeah. How many on the log for the day though? Do you know? Is there one each hour?
I could kind of check. Hang on. Hey, Tommy. Oh, I turned you off.
Hey, Tommy.
Yes.
Do you see I have Brad O'Brien for line 1
Good.
for
Yes.
you?
Thank you. Thank you, dear.
Suzanne, who I was talking about, apparently, when I was still in the other room before the show, there was a call about a house for sale but cash only. Anybody? Bo, does this ring a bell?
No. When did this call come in?
When did the call come in?
I guess before I walked in studio.
No, there's no call that came in remotely like that, babe.
I have no idea.
Twanika with a leasing issue was my first and only call. Then a CVS pharmacy, a homeless guy who wanted to clarify homeless, but no guy buying a house
If
for
you want to
cash.
include people, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
I don't understand. It says I didn't hear the call. All this guy did is text me, I want to buy this property.
He must be listening to a podcast.
Have him call into the
There was
show.
nothing on the show.
That's what I'm asking everybody.
Yeah.
Maybe that Kaczynski spot.
Stephanie, you with me?
Some guy
You guys
called
know
in one
who.
time saying he had
Okay,
something.
we got one expert on for a different call.
You guys
I'll
know
go
who
to that, and then
Jason
you should be
Jason
after that.
Kosmicki
Hang
is?
tight, listen through the phone, okay?
I'd be shocked if Shannon didn't.
Did what?
Jason Kosmicki?
I know him. Why?
I was just curious.
If you came
That's
on and
who's
completely
texting
lied
me
about
going,
them or
where is this
something,
house?
That's one thing, but just telling your
funny.
experiences. We've never had that issue in 40 years on this show.
I think he's got a property up Lake McConaughey.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Hang tight, darling. Yeah, they must have been listening to a podcast or something, babe.
I got he even sent me the address. The address is 5200 Parmalee Gulch, and apparently they're having trouble buying it or selling it because no one will insure it. None of this is ringing a bell. This is
That
crazy.
did not come on the show today, not even remotely.
Oh, definitely not today, no. I'm trying to think of when it did happen.
Hey, I hear someone angry typing over there. Who's angry
Yes,
typing,
you're
Bob
absolutely
Logan?
right. You're absolutely right.
Who's angry?
Logan
Is it Logan?
No.
I bet you anything Logan's wearing. Okay.
If you think
I'll bet he's wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
If you think I would read a live commercial for that amount, your head is up your ass. Exclamation.
Explanation, question mark. Is your head up your ass? Explanation.
Colon and
Insert foot here.
Yes.
See, you should have had me negotiated. I would have got you $12 more. Ah! But wait, then I would have taken 25%. Son of a bitch.
Would have gotten you a mandate with Hager. Do you have to move to Puerto Rico if you start doing their spots? Isn't that where they're at? Yeah, they're in Puerto Rico, right?
Hey, lenders in general are going to start coming on this
Oh, I bet. Refi time?
refi time. Everybody's going to need money. Put in their 401k.
Awesome. We're all going to be holding
That's where I'm just happy I've got 20 years.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We're here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life a little easier, as I've been doing for 50 years, 45 in Denver. We love what we do here. So what do you say we go to the phones and keep doing it? We have Brad O'Brien with us, our expert on real estate, all things real estate, a real estate attorney with a real estate firm. And one of these questions came up. I thought, you know what? I'm going to ask Brad O'Brien. Now, Brad, a lot of these leases were written before maybe recent changes. But I'd like to know a very simple answer first. When a lease comes up and it already has provisions saying if we don't renew by this date, it goes month to month, or you have 60 days to tell us your intention, or blah, blah, blah. Are those still in effect, or do new laws negate any of those?
Well, one thing that got prohibited is a penalty for failure to give the landlord notice of not renewing. So that the one where you say you have to give us notice 60 days before it's up, or else you have to. Okay, that you can't do that anymore. But you can say that after the 1 year term, if you're still there, it goes month to month. You can still do that.
But is a month to month really a month to month? What really are the tenants' rights now? What are they, or does it depend on how long they've been in the apartment?
Well, a big change last year was this just cause eviction, where the statute, where if a tenant's been there for a year, then the landlord has to have a good reason, a just cause, to not renew them. For example, want to sell, want to renovate, want to move themselves back in, something like that.
Is that even in a
Otherwise,
case?
the tenant has the right to renew.
Brad, is that even in a case where it goes month to month? Do they still need a just cause, or does it go? Go ahead.
Yes, if they've been there for 2 years and month to month the whole time, they still have that right to be renewed.
Okay, so they still need just cause. So if Twinika's lease goes from a yearly lease to a month to month, they have to have just cause to get rid of them.
Correct.
Twinika, what was your original question when you called us? I believe you said your lease ends May 14th. You haven't heard anything from the landlord. What happens? And I think Brad will tell you whatever happens is what's in the contract. Brad, what is that? Twinika, maybe you should ask your question.
Okay. Well, I was just wondering, is the landlord obligated to give us a renewal lease? Or would it automatically just roll into like a month-to-month thing and we don't have to sign or agree to anything?
Do you want to read it?
So you're there on
Twinika, do you want to read that clause?
Okay, yeah, it says, sure. It says fixed term. The term of this lease will begin May 15, 2024 and end on May 14, 2025. Neither landlord or tenant is obligated and neither has the right to literally renew or extend the term of this lease. The landlord accepts tenant's payment. If the landlord accepts the tenant's payment of the monthly rent otherwise due under the lease for the month after the end of the term, then the lease will be deemed to continue on month-to-month basis.
Okay, so Brad, how do you read that?
On the same term.
Well, she's at the end of at the end of May 14th, she'll be there for a full year. Then she does have the right to be renewed at 1 year. She had the first year renewed. Alternatively, the lease provides that she could be going month to month if they do nothing.
So she does nothing,
Right.
if you do nothing, it's going to go month to month, and then they still have to have a just cause to get rid of you.
Yeah, but if she wants to do a year, then you have to reach out to the landlord and say, send me a lease that says a year 2 on it.
Okay, so I will reach out to her. And as far as increasing the rate of the rent, are we supposed to get a notice as well to see if we're able to afford it or if we wanted to move?
Right.
Because we haven't received anything of that kind.
Yeah, so landlord can raise the rent once in any 12-month period with a 60 days prior written notice.
Okay. So if she doesn't have the 60-day prior, are we obligated to pay the increase, or can we still pay just what we were paying now?
Well, if you go month to month, then there's plenty of opportunities for the landlord to give you 60 days of notice. It might be 3 months from now when that kicks in, or
okay,
it might be the second or third month of the month to month before the rental increase takes effect.
So in other words, if they gave you an immediate raise of rent and you didn't have 60 days notice, you wouldn't have to pay for that part probably, but you have to pay for anything beyond the 60 days if it's deemed that they gave you 60 days notice. You
she might have
can
an argument that she's entitled now to.
Go ahead. Sorry, Brad.
She might have an argument that she's entitled now to year 2 without a rent increase, because if she's entitled to year 2 and she's entitled to 60 days notice before year 2 starts. That's already passed.
So, but Brad, if it goes month to month, what difference does that make? Because they can just say, okay, in 2 months we're raising it.
Yeah, that works too.
Yeah. So, Twinika, you ought to let them know in a kind way that you're familiar with the laws, and they have to give you 60 days notice for a rent increase, and then you'll comply. And then I would, if they're just going to let this go month to month. Now, my hunch is, if they're going to let it go month to month, there's a reason for that, and I think they're going to probably try to get rid of you. Now, that's just a hunch, because otherwise, why wouldn't they renew you? I just have a feeling that because you complained to Public Service, or excuse me, Xcel Energy, they're upset with you. But that's just my hunch. And even if they're upset, Brad, that's not a good reason, is it, Brad?
Well, retaliation is prohibited under the warranty of habitability statute. But I'm not sure this reporting to the utility. Is that a habitability concern, or something about the utility not working or something?
Well, we had a fire. We heard upon moving in, the fireplace wasn't working, and she promised to fix it. But my daughter kept smelling gas. We called Xcel. They shut us down. We was without hot water for 8 days because the plumber she hired.
So they had to put in a new water heater.
Yeah, he patched up the furnace.
Yeah, but that was a while ago, Brad. I think any tenant would have a problem proving retaliation unless they had witnesses or something. I mean, this plumbing complaint was a while ago. I think connecting those dots might be difficult. Twinika.
Yeah, you have to convince a judge. Yeah.
Twinika, what you really need to do, is within the law, comply as much as you can, and then maybe look for another place to live. I'm just saying this out of concern. Just be ready in case you have to leave. I don't know. Like, if it goes month to month, see how it goes and call us back. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, Bob Logan's with us from Plumline Services. And so we had a situation where equipment was purchased. Now, Mark, are we actually being told, and Bob, there are things that are not legal for a layman to purchase? Is that actually true, Bob?
Well, I can't answer all the legalities, but I don't know a single supplier that will sell a furnace air conditioning system to a consumer end user. And for the reasons that Bo already talked about, the refrigerants, the EPA licensing, the contractor's licensing, there's a lot that goes on with it. Now, Mark had mentioned, well, I can buy one at Home Depot, for example, and we happen to be one of Home Depot's contractors. and they will not sell it directly to the end user without one of their installers
So
installing
if
it.
they go in there and find something, they consult you and do the whole package.
Correct. You can buy, a window unit or a portable unit that's, it's like a refrigerator. You
No, I
plug it
get
in,
that
that's it.
part.
But
A full home unit, you can't. Hey,
that's
Bo.
exactly right.
Bo, do you know if there are any laws concerning purchasing of that by consumers?
Yes, in order to buy air conditioners, residential, commercial, you have to have the EPA certification. And I was really curious to find out.
That's to install it or to buy it? To install or to buy? I don't know why they would make you have EPA certification to buy something.
Because it's the law. It's refrigerant. You have to have an EPA certification to buy something with refrigerant. Where there's a situation where you need to add Freon or take away Freon. And I was really curious to find out what suppliers sold that person the equipment, because I think there's some liability.
Yeah, but now remember,
don't you agree, Bob?
But remember, he said they were misrepresenting themselves.
Yeah, but again, I mean,
that supplier,
the major suppliers, and say,
Bob Contractor.
I have a contractor's license. I mean, I got to show them my EP certifications, the licensing, everything that goes along with it, and typically they'll do some kind of a background check or
wow. So it's not that easy to go to a supplier, man. Bo, how do you think he got away with it?
No. I don't know. That's why I really wanted to know who because I know all the suppliers.
Well,
in
did
town.
you find out the supplier's name?
No, the caller wouldn't tell us who the supplier was.
Okay.
He says he's got a good working relationship.
There's something more to the story.
Yeah.
And I don't know why he would spend all that money, work at $23,000 in labor, working on something where the equipment wasn't installed.
I don't know, $23,000 in labor sounds ridiculous to me. Is that, Bob, is that ridiculous for a commercial installation or not?
We don't do commercial installations, so he's talking. I don't know what all was involved there. Maybe not, but we would never ever take a job like that.
What are residential installations? Residential installations run as far as time? From what to what? Residential.
With plumb line?
Yeah, I'm not talking about plumb line. I'm talking about the industry out there, time and materials and costs. Basically, let's say from low to high for installation only.
On the low side for furnace and air conditioning system, I'm going to say $5,000 or $6,000
to install. Just the labor.
Yeah.
Come on, Bob. Just the labor.
Yeah.
And then the equipment on top of that. So labor is more than most of the time the equipment. No?
Typically it's about half. Yeah.
Now, what about? Okay, so the low side is about $5,000. What does it go up to for installation?
I mean, we're installing a system today that's almost $40,000.
It depends on the complexity.
The complexity of the system, the home. I mean, there's so many different variables.
All right, we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Listen, we're transparent here. You want to know anything about the industry or anything about your rights or anything about any problem, question, complaint. Stephanie has a complaint on a dental office. We also have a complaint about a CVS pharmacy, and all of that's coming up right after this.
Yep.
Yeah, I know I'm overtime.
It's tax season. By now, we're all a bit tired of numbers, but here's...
Hey, does Mark have to do anything here? Because he's got to talk to Jess.
For possible...
No, I'll do all three.
Or can you fill it? Can you do it? You can do it? Okay.
That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed. Save up to 40% in your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
People never realize or never think they're going to get a DUI, and then sometimes it happens. Or they've done stupid things. You can even be driving with cold medication and be erratic and get a ticket. Some people excessively speed, or they have an argument in their neighborhood with their neighbor. Whatever it is, these things sometimes end up in criminal charges, okay? Now, whether they're minor or serious, you need to take them seriously because they need to be dealt with, and you never do it alone, and don't shop when you're under pressure. Criminal defense, Joseph A. Lazzara. He's been with me in the show for many, many years. Lazzara, Lazzara. Free initial consultations always, and then flat rate pricing. 303-429-6200. 429-6200. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Wave 8 Wealth Management stands almost alone. There are only a few in the industry that actually customize financial advisement for each and every client, with personal conversations and a relationship second to none. And I did this for myself about 8 years ago because I didn't like the industry. So I actually hired people to work for me for my investments. Then I thought, you know what? There have to be other people like me. And sure as hell, turned out there are. I did Wave 8 Wealth Management, and we have had a meteoric rise in growth because people love the service we offer. We offer alternative investments or conventional ones. I can even help you as an outside business activity if you want to use retired money or qualified money out of your retirement plan for alternative investments. Give us a call, 303-771-HELP, 771-4357, or go to Wave 8, the number 8, wave8capital.com.
Hey.
He's like 22.
Who is?
Henry?
He's not even.
No, he's not even
He's
20.
not even
I think he just turned 20. Yeah.
He is not even 22 yet. That kid is impressive.
Don't you hate that? Punk. Should be somewhere taking selfies and drinking White Claw.
Let me tell you, I follow him on Instagram. That kid is living the life. He's so adventurous. He's way more adventurous than I'd ever be. I keep my 2 feet on the ground anymore. Unless I'm flying to Vegas. Then go ahead and put me in a plane. Mark wants me to jump out of a plane. It just ain't happening. It's not happening today, next week.
I've been getting kind of almost talked into it by some people at CU because they're going to do a thing with a bunch of people jumping.
It's just not for me. You know.
I've always thought that, like with bungee jumping, they attach your weight to it and throw it to make sure that it's the right.
Yeah, that's a hard no.
I would always go, well, it worked that time.
Yeah.
Sure, it worked during the test. Now I'm going to die.
Yeah, right.
It's going to snap.
Right. That. It's just a hard no.
Yeah, the terror is rough.
Who's Jess?
Mark is feverishly misspelling some text right now.
Well, it's the only way he can text. His phone won't even accept corrected spelling anymore. His wrong spelling is corrected spelling. It's crazy.
He has sent me the squirreliest stuff.
Hey, Dimitri.
Hi, Suze. I just got off the phone with the sheriff's office. She's looking into it. She's looking into it right now. She's a very good contact of ours, and I expect to hear back from her in just a few minutes about what the process is to let this lady back into her impounded RV for enough time to get her personal stuff out of it.
Okay, and I sent you Shelly's number in case you didn't have it. Can you follow up with Shelly? She was super anxious.
Yeah.
If we need to get her on the show, let me know. We can get her on the show as well.
I'll give her a call right this second, just to update
You're the best.
her. Okay, thanks. Bye.
That's good, Dimitri.
Is she still on hold here?
What?
I thought she was on hold here.
No, I hung up with her.
Bitch.
Uh-oh. Tommy's cussing.
I love when people try to do my business for me. I just love it. After 45 years, they're doing deals for me. Like, hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We got a lot of calls to get to. 303-713-TALK. Stephanie. dental complaint. Werner, we haven't forgotten about you. Stephanie, what's going on with your dental complaint?
Uh-huh.
Hi, Stephanie. Thank you for
Yes, hi.
thank you for contacting us.
Yes, thank you for the call back. I appreciate it. My name is Stephanie, and I had an experience recently with Lodo Dental in downtown Denver, and I saw a dentist, and they, at the end of it, said that I had 6 cavities and gum disease. So I went to get a second opinion from a prosthodontist, and lo and behold, it turns out that I had 0 cavities and I did not have gum disease. And I ended up being out of pocket to pay for, before I had got the second opinion, which I should have just waited. I paid for the right half of my upper and lower quadrant to get a deep cleaning, which was $669.60 out of pocket. But when I initially went to the dentist, I said, I have all my previous x-rays that have already been emailed to you. I have agency and advocacy over my own body, and what I'm needing today is just a teeth cleaning. And the prosthodontist said that when I had initially went to this dentist, that really what I had said at the beginning is that I just needed a teeth cleaning, which would have been paid for by my dental insurance, but then I ended up out of pocket for the cost.
Okay. Now, you've said everything. I need now it's time for the lightning round, okay? Where I ask simple questions and you give me one-word answers or 2 words. Okay. How did you find Lodo Dental, and why did you not have, and this can be more than a word, of course, did you not have another dentist? Why did you go looking for a dentist, and how did you find Lodo?
So Wine Coop Dentistry dropped me because of my dental insurance, and so I had to find a different dentist office. So I Googled.
Got it. Now, why? So then you Googled and found Lodo Dental, and they would your plan would pay for a normal cleaning. Now, what did Lodo Dental do, and did you give them permission? How did they get this other diagnosis? Was this during the exam?
Yes. So when I went in, I told them that I didn't want x-rays. Well, they talked me into, they said, I had gotten anxiety about it at the beginning, and they said, if we do the x-rays on the house today, will you go ahead and move forward with the x-rays, even though I had initially said that I didn't want them. And by that point, I was already emotionally distressed and actually crying by the time I had ended up
there's
in the
nothing
dental
wrong.
chair. So
There's
I just
nothing
said
wrong
yes.
with accepting free x-rays. So then after the free x-rays, what did they diagnose you with?
6 cavities and gum disease.
Wait a minute. Actually, 6 cavities, and you swear you have not 1 cavity.
Well, I went to a prosthodontist in Denver.
And what is a prosthodontist? What is a prosthodontist? Help me out.
Yes, a prosthodontist basically has more dental education than a typical dentist, and they deal with tooth restoration or like implants or bridges.
I got you. So you knew this dentist from a previous engagement of some kind, a previous appointment.
That is correct. I had been going to that prosthodontist office since I was 15 years old. So that's
you got
when I
a
went
second
back to them
so
to get the second opinion.
okay. So you got a second opinion, which totally negated everything they said.
Correct.
Okay, and you paid $669 for that, right?
I paid $669 for the deep cleaning at the dentist, but then I paid an additional $117 for the second opinion from the prosthodontist. Yes, that's
so
correct.
The deep cleaning you shouldn't get a refund for, but I believe they should probably, that second opinion, a lot of people might argue, listen, that's the cost of doing business. What I would argue is this. What did Lodo Dental totally charge for that appointment?
I'd have to look at the bill. I think the insurance ended up covering about $200 to $300, but then I had to pay like I said, $669.
But the $669 wasn't to the original dentist, was it?
Yes, that was to the original dentist.
Yeah,
and now I'm trying to get a refund.
Okay,
because of
they
the
should.
cleaning.
They listen. Yeah, I think they should give you a complete refund for everything you paid, because if truly what you're saying is true, that they totally lied about 6 cavities and gum disease, we need to verify this. I mean, this is horrendous. Did you go back to the dentist and say, "Wait a minute, you lied to me"?
I mean, this is a new experience for me. I didn't say you lied per se, but I sent them an email. I called them and asked for the refund of the money, and then I got a phone call back a day that they said that they weren't going to call, so I thought, let's just communicate via email so everything's on record. So I sent an email last week when I finally got time asking for a full refund of the $669, which I feel like I should get from Lodo Dental. Plus, as a advocate
I get it. So
for
what
human
did they
rights,
say?
like, I don't want this to happen to people.
Did you tell them you got a second opinion?
Yes. I told them I got the second opinion.
Okay. So what did
I
they
have a
say
question
about
for
that?
Stephanie.
They said that they needed to have a consultation with the prosthodontist, which I don't know if that's transpired yet.
What were you saying, Bo?
Stephanie, are you just, Stephanie, you did get the deep plate root scale cleaning that may have been needed. Are you just looking for the refund of $117
No, she
for the
wants
second
all of
opinion?
it. You know, I kind of agree,
What?
Stephanie. If you did get a good cleaning, it's worth paying for.
Yeah, I think they provided you a service with the cleaning.
Yeah, it's just that when I initially went to the dentist, I get my teeth cleaned every 6 months, so I've never had 6 cavity diagnosis or gum disease, so I keep up with my teeth, so I was shocked at the end of it when they said I had
So are
the
you
6
saying you probably didn't even need the cleaning?
Absolutely not. That's what the prosthodontist said. She said you did not need a deep cleaning. And
How
down
would they
left
say
with the
that?
left half
I
of
don't
my upper and
understand
lower
how
half.
you can say you did not need it when, how would they know if you needed it or not? They didn't see you beforehand.
Yeah, the left side of my upper and lower quadrant still hasn't been cleaned, so the prosthodontist did see the left half of my mouth.
Got it. We believe you, and we're on your side on this one. If you truly can show us where that you have no cavities, do you have anything in writing that says you have 6 cavities? Did you get anything from Lodo Dental to indicate that?
They verbally told me that. I haven't gotten anything in writing.
Okay,
That's
so
what
what
they
would
verbally
stop
told
them
me.
from saying, if
At
we
the end of
went
it.
to them and said, wait a minute, you told this woman she had 6 cavities and gum disease. What if they say, no, we didn't?
That's a great question. Then I guess they would be lying. I don't know, but I don't like to.
I like your answers.
Other.
I like your answers. Your answers indicate to me you are totally sincere because you're not trying to. I mean, really, you are very, very straightforward. Dimitri, what did you want to say?
Tom, looking at this from a step away, what we have right now is 2 conflicting diagnoses.
That's right.
And
no, we don't even have that because we can't prove they made a diagnosis.
Well, yeah, but if we were to take everything we just heard at face value,
right?
The dentist in Lodo said that she has 6 cavities. Her second dentist, in a second opinion, said, no, you don't have 6 cavities.
Okay.
We have no reason to believe either one of them right now.
That's true.
Furthermore, based on what the caller just told us, it sounds like the Lodo dentist is going to have a consultation with a second opinion dentist to see if they can resolve this conflict in diagnosis.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think it's too soon to start pointing fingers.
Right. And I don't think I was. I don't think I was.
No, I wasn't implying that you were. But furthermore, I think it will take yet a third diagnosis to kind of put to add weight to one of these 2 conflicting diagnoses.
Yeah. Stephanie, I want to give this to I'll give it to you, D.
Well, thanks. I can guarantee you neither dentist is going to talk to me due to HIPAA concerns.
No,
right?
but we can get around that by talking about money.
Okay.
And if she gives permission, Stephanie can give permission, and then they can talk to us. Many times.
And I am getting a third opinion.
Oh, good. I think that's the perfect next step.
So really, how
Yes,
did you
now
find?
I'm going to a
How did you
dentist.
find the
That's
third dentist for that opinion?
The third dentist actually has apparently won awards in Colorado. My sister's been going to this dentist for a long time, so I thought, let's just establish a this dentist.
Good. Would you let us know? And Deputy D will be contacting you. We want to keep abreast of this case, so hang on. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Waterpros.net. You're looking for osmosis, reverse osmosis at the kitchen sink under, what is it, like under $2,000 for the entire system. In fact, I think it's even cheaper than that. They do great systems. Contact them, waterpros.net.
Yep.
KHOW.
Oh, big fan.
30 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
1100 reverse osmosis.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
Yeah, it's a nice, quiet ride out here for us this morning, leading into the lunch hour. We'll see how it develops.
Is Mark there?
So far, no major distractions.
Yes, he's on this break if you want.
It looks like Kenya.
Yep, done. Get out.
Thanks.
There, 270, same situation west up to Vasquez. I-25 at the posted speed.
And Dimitri's going to be checking fillings, then go down to a homeless encampment. He's got a hell of a day.
He is firing on all cylinders, really putting things into perspective in a very clear, concise way.
Okay. 35 pounds in 14 or 15 weeks. It's absolutely unbelievable. Thank goodness for DenverRegen.com. These guys, for under $300 a month, you get the doctor's visits, the follow-ups, the medication, and no more food noise. You're going to absolutely love what you're going to look like. Join my journey. Check them out at DenverRegen.com. The pricing is the best out there. That's DenverRegen.com. Now, let's talk about annuities. My goodness, are you watching the stock market right now? I've never seen anything like it. We might fall under 38,000 on the Dow again. You want that guaranteed money more than ever. They're guaranteed pension. You need to check them out at mymoneymyway.com. You've heard us talk about them for a long time, and I'm not saying you put all your eggs in one basket, but for goodness sake, wouldn't it be nice to know you're getting a check every month till the day you die? mymoneymyway.com.
Hey, Mark.
Moving again. It's on the move.
I feel like I can't communicate.
Yes, go ahead, Suze. Mark here.
Bo,
yes.
Bo,
what can I help you with, babe?
Here we go. What do I do with you? If there was no glass in front of me, I'd throw a mic sock at you or something, just for kicks.
I'll throw up a hand.
Yeah.
So you have one target.
I was going to use the back of your head.
Oh, ouch.
Well, it's a mic sock.
Oh, okay. That's soft. Soft like a Louis Vuitton.
I wasn't threatening violence.
Oh, okay.
You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a
yeah. That's why they don't give me a wrench, Shannon.
Love that. Well, we're below 38,000 now, Mark. Thanks.
There he is. Would you tell Mark to put his headphones on so I can talk to him, Bo?
Mark, sir, would you put your headphones on for your lovely wife before she gets mad?
Yeah.
A guy sends in paperwork with no context. He sent it early last week. Now he's like, what the heck? I'm like, well, what was this about? So there's no notes, probably because Tommy was out and I was out. Says dealership sold us a truck. It's been in and out of the shop since the month we bought it. The service contract they sold us is getting denied because of a lift and an aftermarket tires.
Oh, yeah, the guy was on and...
So you wanted him to send paperwork, and I don't know what to do with it.
I have no idea what paperwork.
You guys had the dealership on, I guess, or you talked to the
dealership. No, they came on, and they said they were going to handle it one way or another. So he can call back in. I don't know what paperwork the guy's talking about. I didn't need to see any paperwork. The guy actually... the owner or GM of the dealership in Fort Lupton actually came on.
Okay, so do you want me to get the caller back on or tell him, hey,
if he wants to come back on for an update, sure. I have no idea what the update is. He was going to call back if they weren't going to fix it.
Okay. All the email says is I sent all the documents you guys requested.
I have no idea what documents.
I just wanted to wrap my head around what was going on because I wasn't listening. Evan? Hi, it's Suze with the Tom Martino Show. How you doing? Good. So real quick, has the dealership, the dealership told us they were going to make everything right. Has everything been made right? Do you have an update for us? Or you're still looking for help? Should you want me to get you back on the show to go over this with the guys, or do you want to give them a call see what the dealership says, and then you email us and let us know? Because we were under the impression they were going to get everything handled for you, and then we were going to have you back on to say, hey, all was handled.
From all the fires?
Perfect.
From the
Let
fires.
me know either way, okay? Through email.
Those people won't be able to move back in till 2070.
Thanks, darling. Bye.
That's amazing, too. Think of the red tape you have to go through out there. No. Oh, yeah, right there. Red tape roadblocks. In fact, she lied to Trump. Remember, Trump went out there. Yeah, right away. It was all bullshit. They're probably trying to, help the flying cocktail fruit fly.
Well, it's hard to find a lesbian in a wheelchair to, approve stuff.
I love when you drive from Las Vegas to California.
Oh, coming back.
They check for flies.
Hurt in a car crash? Get John Fuller on your side. Call Fuller.com. First day. Hi, Tom Martino. Your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. What a flurry of calls we've had. Now we're back to normal, but no. We want to take your calls at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. But there are some consumer issues I want to get to. And I got to go to Werner because he got disconnected. Let me go to him first. Hey, Werner, let's talk, man. What's happening with this pharmacy issue?
Well, I'm talking about CVS at 79th and Wadsworth in Nevada.
What did they do?
My doctor ordered 108. Pardon me?
Tell me what they did wrong.
My doctor ordered 180 tablets of Eliquis.
Of what?
And I picked up the order. Pardon me?
What kind of medication, sir?
Eliquis.
Okay.
Blood thinner, 5 milligram.
Uh-huh.
And I picked up the order, didn't pay attention when I came home. I only had 60 tablets.
Uh-huh.
I went back, and they told me if I pay another $94, I will get the other 120 tablets.
Okay.
I declined.
Okay.
I said that considers a bait and switch operation.
Well, it's no. It's not a bait and switch operation. They don't control. I mean, not those people there. They don't have rolling prices. The price would be the same for everyone. No, I don't even listen. I don't know why you think they're making this up.
It got to be because the medication is not as expensive as they claim it is. I paid $6.45 a tablet when you can get it for 66 cents.
Where can you get it for 66 cents, sir?
Optum RX. You can get it for 70 cents from Turkey or from Canada.
Then why don't you?
Optum
then
RX
why don't you?
Well, I did afterwards.
Oh, you did?
But
wait a minute. You're getting the same medication they were charging $5 for. You're getting for pennies. Tell me, you're telling me the truth now, right? You are getting it. You are actually getting the medication.
I paid $387 for 180 tablets. They gave me only 60. I got from Optum RX in the meantime 200 tablets for $131.
My goodness gracious. Well, then the system is working.
But not for me with CVS.
No, not for that first person. Hold on, Werner. Here's what I'm saying. Had you shopped around for pricing and found that other pharmacy, what I'm saying is the system is working. I agree with you that CVS is way more expensive on this drug, but they don't do it because
they're in line. Listen, I just got to say this. They're in line with Target, Costco. In fact, Costco costs more. King's is a little cheaper than CVS. Walmart's a little more than CVS. Walgreens a couple bucks less. They're all right there. $630 for 60 tablets. I mean, that's just how much this stuff is. I mean, God bless that we can get them from Canada or somewhere.
So which site did you go to? Go ahead, Werner. Go ahead.
That's a good RX, man.
Why did I not get the 180 tablets for the whole amount?
Because
that's not what they give you.
Right. You know, just because
I only got 60 tablets.
Werner, I want you to listen carefully. You went there with a 180 count prescription. 180. Hold on. They filled 60 tablets at $387. Had they filled it for 90 tablets, you would have paid more. So you got what you paid for, even though the price is higher than good RX. They did nothing wrong, Werner. I know you feel like they screwed you out of 60 tablets, but they didn't, because not a 100.
Yeah, but also there's a second prescription for 90 tablets, and they delivered 180 of them. They needed the extra money. That's all I can say.
Okay, Werner, thank you very much. They needed the CVS pharmacy just upped his prescription because they're hurting for money. Thank you, Werner. We appreciate you calling us about that and letting us know. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We have more right after this.
Thank you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
That is a protracted argument you will have with someone in the home with you in the next little while.
Into lunch hour, we'll see how it develops.
Whatever we just listened to there.
Oh.
You and some old guy.
Oh, yeah.
I went up to the nurse today, and she was going to give me an exam, and then I didn't.
I-25.
I want that exam.
So much of that.
All other routes.
We know.
Shape. Foothills Drive's not bad, Mount.
Speaking of a thing, are you doing CMG and Art of Granite?
Yes.
Jonathan Steele.
I'm Ben Fur.
Thank you.
Tariffs everywhere. What does it mean? What will it do to the U.S. economy? Will it drive inflation? Will it bring jobs back to the U.S.? How will it affect the midterms?
We break it all down, so download Verdict with Ted Cruz wherever you get your podcasts.
CMG Financial loans. Yes, you don't hear a lot of loans being advertised, especially reverse loans, but CMG Financial can get it done for you. If you're sitting on equity in that home and you're going to be there the rest of your life, it's a great option. Another option is the all-in-one loan, where they actually do a 30-year line of credit on your home that you can borrow up or pay down, so you have that cash available. Even when you pay it off, you can get it back. Go to partnerinlending.com and contact John, our contact for you. That's John Clace over at CMG Financial. You can reach him at 303-882-6679, 882-6679. The Art of Granite will give you a price on the phone right now for your countertop. You know what I love about the Art of Granite and Mitch Floria? By the way, we know Mitch. He's a friend. He's a friend and colleague. What we love about Mitch is he loves his deals and will give you prices on the phone. By the square foot and then by the photo you might send him, he's going to give you a price. And then you can rely on it. 303-386-5919, whether it's granite or any natural stone or any man-made material. He does it all. Tear out and haul away is always free. He has free incentives like edge treatments, backsplashes, maybe a kitchen sink, a bathroom sink when you do the kitchen, maybe a free kitchen sink. Look, you got to call him. Get the best deal today. 303-386-5919, 386-5919.
Fabulous.
Nick is the original.
And how much time, sir?
3.5.
Thank you.
If you're lucky.
I need to ask because I'm going to go up and I'm eating some leftovers.
Ta-ta-da.
50 countries so far have reached out to negotiate. I got to come back and do shuling. God dang it.
What is that?
Ryan, shuling.
I'm sorry, that'll be boring.
Well, it's not boring. I mean, because I'm further to the right than him, so it's kind of fun. But otherwise, I'm tired.
Yeah, but that's easy work. You don't have to take calls or anything.
There's that. I do have to stay awake. That's tough.
Well, shoot, I feel bad for you.
So like I say, not boring. Because it'll be kind of fun to hear his take on some of this.
Are you doing our show 12 to 2 or is Dragon coming in?
Dragoon. I'm going to go rest my eyes for a minute.
You allowed to do that around here?
Yeah, you never know.
Oh.
I'll lay on Brenda's desk.
A lot of room on the second floor, Shannon. I don't think that's
No, second floor is packed.
Do you want me to have Mark bring the bus up here? So you can just have a little nappy nap when you want.
I don't need the whole bus.
You just need the bed.
The living room.
Do you have a dinette I could curl up on? I might go out to the van.
Yeah, don't you have the van?
Weather's nice.
It's on the head with Bernie Sanders.
Do we have a 20 on your regular call screener? Because I don't want to be assaulted when I leave the building.
Hey, man.
Oh, it's you.
Tried to be vague about that.
I'm sorry, say it again. Well, hold on.
Must be a private conversation. Hey, Suze.
Yes.
Top Secret sent me a text.
We can't hear you talking to the mic.
Oh, okay. I'll hold it like
Top
I owned
Secret
it.
said what?
She wants the YouTubers want an update on Nico.
Well, I would like one too, people, and I was just in the middle of drafting up a nice little email to the doctor. So yeah, I'm waiting, people. I'll let you know, my poor baby kid. 4, 3. And was told I get a call Friday.
Here, Mark.
All right.
I don't like the way
you app. Search Go Boy and start listening today.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Give us a call if you have a problem, question, or complaint. Okay. Now, I have, it says here, Tom, by looking at the x-rays, you can see if someone has gum disease, excessive buildup cavities, bill the dentist. We're not denying that you can see it or not, right? But did they give her a false diagnosis? Now, I will tell you, what were you going to say, Dimitri? I see you perched there. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just getting ready for any questions. I did speak with a consumer, and next week she's going to get a third opinion on this. And then she's going to email me copies of both the second and the third opinion to see if the third opinion adds weight to either the first or the second opinion. Now, I can tell you from personal experience that I actually had a similar situation where one dentist recommended that I get I think he said either 2 or 3 cavities. That didn't sound quite right. And I went to another dentist, and he said, "Oh no, those aren't cavities, but they'll become cavities if we don't fill them with some kind of a."
I mean,
some
there's
kind of a thing.
some subjectivity here when it comes to dentistry.
There's a lot of
But, you know-
subjectivity in anything medical, right, Tom?
Yeah, I went to a dentist one time, and I was being ripped off, but I didn't know that when I went. I went for a special, and I wanted to see what they were going to do. And I was looking for a dentist, beautiful office, and they said, "You need this work done," and I absolutely didn't need it. Then I asked him about crowns because there was a tooth where I was going to need a crown. They make their crowns in-house with the Zerk machine, I think it's called. And I said to him by mistake, I asked a question. The question was a mistake. I said, why is it cheaper to get them ordered from the, or why are they cheaper when you order them from the lab as opposed to making them in-house? Wouldn't it be cheaper if you make them in-house? He goes, oh, no. And then he gave an explanation as to why they give more care and all of that to the office-made ones, and therefore they are more expensive, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as it turns out, when I went back, I was...
Well, the bottom line is
they sent me
these
to a
dentists.
lab, and the lab was less expensive, and they were trying to get me here's what the point I'm getting at is this: they were just changing their prices just for whatever I said. They made the prices work in there, so I thought I was getting a deal. Mark, what did you say?
Well, I think the biggest deal is those dentists, a lot of them can't afford to plop down $150,000 for that machine. So basically they have a deal with the manufacturer or whoever's actually in the lease or whatever. So for every one they do, they're only making X amount. If they owned it outright, I bet they would be cheaper, but most of them don't.
Oh, they do royalties. Yeah, a lot of them do a royalty where every time they use the machine, they pay a royalty. Some of them have to do that even after they own the machine. It's the ownership plus royalty.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, in healthcare, there's a lot of controversy when it comes to insurance and healthcare, especially not especially, but with all kinds. But if you get like a chiropractor, okay, they have an insurance rate. The insurance company pays them X amount of dollars and they agree to it. So consumers would say, well, why don't you charge me that, right? I went to a chiropractor one time where the insurance rate was $60. They accepted $60 per adjustment. And the price they quote is $90. They get paid $60. When someone comes in off the street, the price is also $90. Okay? In my particular case, I went to the chiropractor and they started billing my insurance company, and they had an amount due. And I paid the amount due that the insurance would have paid, but they wanted me to pay the extra $30 because I walked in. And I said, well, that makes no sense. Why would you just charge me $30 because I walked in, and if I have insurance, I automatically get it for $60? They couldn't justify it. It gets weird. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Cute.
It's strange. It's weird.
It's bizarre.
It's crazy.
Because they had billed my insurance didn't pay. So there was an account due of like $600 that my insurance would have paid. I said, I'll pay it.
Things calmed down
and they
a little
came
bit,
back
Mark?
to me for the extra.
What's that?
Things calmed down a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Self-pay.
Right.
It's Monday, brother.
I stepped up to pay that.
We just need to somehow reel in Dimitri. He's like a, I don't know, how do you put it? He's unstable in a lot of ways. I don't want you repeating this to anybody, but I find him strange, a little weird, a little crazy.
Terrible.
Yeah, Dimitri.
What? I didn't hear
they
the
can't.
first
I told
part.
them they can't hear us right now, so it doesn't matter. But I think the other issue is his odor. I mean, he's probably one of the smelliest deputies we ever had.
Son of a...
No, Dimitri. And then on top of that, I think being in the recycling business has a lot to do with the odor, but so I'm not quite sure what's going on there when it comes to Dimitri. So that's about everything. All right, you can bring us back up. I'm done talking about him. Thank you. Hey, D, what's going on? They blocked us. They blocked us, Suzanne. Good. They blocked us.
They're upstairs eating pizza.
You don't eat pizza, do you, Bob?
I love pizza. I love it.
I do, too.
Bob doesn't want to get that 3-piece suit dirty with pepperoni and spaghetti sauce.
Well, it's
they
cold
probably
pizza,
ordered it.
So you know the sauce is like coagulated and stuff. Doesn't drip quite like.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me Martino, who flies a helicopter, is literally feeding you guys what, pizza from Friday? How old is this pizza?
Leftover pizza. I don't know when he
from
got
last Friday.
It's BS.
Ugh. How long do you guys give pizza? I'm like in the fridge, maybe a day. I just don't like leftovers in general. How about you, Bob?
I love leftovers. I love them.
Do you?
Yeah. I mean, see, I grew up in a big family, so, and even when I have all my family over, we cook a ton on Sunday, and then I'll send leftovers with everybody. And I love having, I mean,
That's cool.
I can eat leftovers all week long. I'm good with that. It's easy. You just throw it in the microwave, you heat it up, you're good to go.
I just never like leftovers.
I love leftovers. Leftovers seem to always taste better.
Pizza's all right, I guess, but I got to crisp it up.
Leftover meatloaf.
Yeah.
And
maybe leftover steak with the.
Suzanne doesn't cook much anymore, so I almost never get leftovers of any form.
Leftover lasagna.
My daughter make meat. Oh.
She hasn't made lasagna in probably, oh my God. I mean, we're talking like 2006, maybe.
What, are your hands broken, Mark?
I barbecue. If it's outside, it's me.
Got it.
I grill. I smoke.
You smoke?
In fact, I just bought a new grill. I smoke while I'm grilling. Oh, I made the biggest mistake, Bob. So we had some people over doing our floors, and at the same time, I got one of those big 30-yard dumpsters to start clearing out some stuff in the basement, just basically house clean, you know. So I told the kid there that was working on their floors, or the kid, I say kid like 20-year-old, who was there with his dad, I said, hey, you want to make some extra bucks? And I said, I want this grill thrown away, I want this thrown away, and then I showed him everything I want thrown away. So everything was fine, he got everything done, and I go to grill the other day, and he took the wrong grill. He threw away my favorite grill, and it was too late because they already came and picked up the roll-off.
What a story.
No.
And I couldn't yell at him. I mean, it's like, what was I going to do? He didn't have any money. So I was like, I guess I'm buying a new grill. So I ordered a new grill.
Suzanne, I think Mark did that on purpose just so he could justify buying a new grill.
Yeah.
I don't know. She made me throw away.
Man.
She made me throw away 3 or 4 grills, man.
Oh, we're getting a new grill. Yeah. Threw away all those grills. Now we're getting a new grill.
Yep.
I couldn't believe it. I looked up and now if he took my green egg, that would have been trouble.
Those are expensive, aren't they?
Big time, especially the real brand, not the knockoff Commando.
Will you ask Mark to get through Studio Cam up on the break? Thanks.
Nah, tell him I'm looking too good today. I don't want to. I don't want the ladies
going crazy.
That's
today.
the problem. All my sweaty ladies are always.
Suze's eyes only.
Damn right.
Sweaty Girls Club are just going to have to wait.
Bob, she found love letters I wrote to her like 30 years ago, before kids, all that, you know.
Aww.
Really?
And I always started them sweetie, but the problem was I spelled it sweaty.
That's sweaty.
And it's not one, it's like every single letter.
Oh, that's awesome.
Dear Sweaty.
That's your pet name for her?
Bring a few in, Mark.
That's my New Jersey GED at its finest.
Suzanne,
Pardon me, Mark. Will you be the one doing Become the Banker?
Term in New Jersey.
Yes, it is, Bob. Thank you. Hey, Sweaty, you want to get a cheesesteak?
Yeah.
Pardon me, Mark. Will
Yes.
you be doing the Become the Banker spot, or will Tom?
I'll do it if he doesn't care.
Okay, then let me text you the topic, or do you want it on the screen?
You can put it up.
Okay. I don't even know what this...
And then we're going to fill...
Every time.
Hey, Tom, can I do Become?
Yes, sir.
What?
Yes, sir.
779-6600.
And then you want to fill something because we're not going to do that.
Yes.
The second one. So when I finish, you fill.
Right.
There is a solution to keeping your retirement money safe during stock market decline.
I wouldn't have guessed that would be the topic in a million years.
We're talking stock market?
What?
Weird.
Joe Piano doesn't even need to advertise with you guys now with the market.
You know, I've been watching today. It's crazy. So at one point,
my fund is still up.
1,600, and then we went green. I'm talking about the Dow went green for like a second, and now it's at 78.
Here, my fund is up.
Day traders have to be a good day traders killing it today.
I don't believe it. We are.
You're up, Mark?
Me? I'm in a buy and hold position right now. I'm not day trading.
Yes, awesome. And this was a property manager thief.
I learned a long time ago I cannot day trade during the show. I have tried, and it's almost impossible.
Hey, we got a good follow-up on line 1.
Woo! Sally.
Is it the beauty store? What is it?
I guess some property manager stole from her, and Tom told her what to do.
Nice.
And it's good so far. She wants to tell everybody. Mark is high maintenance and can't spell.
Who's that from? Who's getting blocked?
I'm not telling you.
I'm looking right now.
Blocker.
Don't forget
And
bad diction.
I got the best diction
Mark,
ever.
can you get your camera up? You get so many groupies asking.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello and welcome to the show this hour, brought to you by RenewHomeInnovations.com. You want to make a beautiful walk-in shower? You'll never see one more beautiful. With flat, beautiful sheets of porcelain. They can now do all the walls in the shower with no maintenance. They can do your bathroom backsplashes, whatever you need. They even do some wainscoting with it. RenewHomeInnovations.com. 2 or 3 days to get your project done. 2 or 3 days. Then you have all kinds of repayment options. 303-862. Let's just make sure I have that number. But you really want to call them, and that's RenewHomeInnovations.com. And the number is 303-904-2000. Okay. Sally called a while ago and has a follow-up. Sally, what is happening with you?
Well, I had the case of the property manager thief that took the inbound and outbound security deposits and 3 months of rent.
Yes.
And when I called you that first time, you made it very clear that I should immediately take care of it. I didn't understand really the urgency of it, but
this was Daryl, right? Wasn't this Daryl Evangelista?
Yes, the dumb Daryl.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daryl. Yeah.
He was taking your money as a manager, but not passing it on to you. So what did you do?
Well, I went over that day, and the tenants were going to pay him the next morning, so that's when it stopped. But anyway, I went through. You told me, that's to do that. So I went through the courts, and I got my first restitution check on Saturday. So I wanted to let you know that.
Oh, how much was it, Sally?
Well, not too much, less than 0.5%. But the thing of it is, it's in the works now, and that means that, what you told me to go over there quickly was important, and that his probation officer is doing his job.
Oh, God.
And you know that grows interest. That does grow interest while it's sitting there.
8%? Are you kidding me? Yes.
Yeah. So
it's unbelievable.
Right now, people, don't do wrong. If you look at, we're going to come after you. And Sally's getting the money. They're going to collect from this guy, especially since he's on probation. Not paying would be a violation of probation. Can you believe the balls in this guy? He's out on parole or out on probation. No, parole, I think. It could be probation. He was collecting money and not forwarding it. I mean, imagine that. It's just crazy.
That's what he did.
Now,
yeah.
Sally, now, did the property management company cover those losses also?
He was the property management company.
Well, no, how about I guess
Correct.
the property management or the property owner? They didn't make you pay rent twice, did they?
That's me.
She's the owner.
I didn't realize. I thought.
Yeah, she's the owner. She's the
Sally,
owner.
Congratulations.
And she wasn't getting her rent.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you for calling, Sally. We love it. Again, the dinger, ding, ding, ding. I love using my dinger. Nothing like it. Nothing like it. I'll tell you that. You know what? Just look for reasons every day to use a dinger, and you'll be happy. How's that? That's a good philosophy of life. Use your dinger every day, and happiness will come your way. Okay, I just copyrighted that. Nobody can use it. Use your dinger every day, and happiness will come your way. Oh, there's so many.
You're a poet, and you know it.
Yeah, there's so many innuendos there. Even in innuendo, there's innuendos. Anyway, Skillet. What's happening?
Hey, I talked to you a while back about that flight that was canceled on Delta. So you told me to send them off an email, and I did about 4 days after.
This was where you missed your train, right? Because of it.
No. That was American. I had 2 airline episodes.
Oh,
this
okay.
was the second recent one.
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
He had a very long day.
Wow.
I know it. And, well, to make a long story short, we finally got on the plane like an hour late. And then we're still sitting there for an hour, and they said, well, we're still loading luggage. I said, man, I want to go home. So I asked the stewardess if I could get off the plane and just go home on a different plane. So they let me talk to a gate agent, and I said, well, if I go home, will you guys charge me extra, like what happened on American? They said, well, we don't know. And that's pretty stupid to say that, because I said, well, if I fly out to Vegas, I got to fly all the way back to Atlanta and then back to Vegas again. It'll cost you more money to do it that way. I just want to know, can I just grab the next plane home to Dallas and will not have to pay any extra money? They couldn't answer my question, so I stayed on the plane. But in that note, I put in there in that note that I think the reason that plane didn't leave was they were waiting on freight from an 18-wheeler. So all you consumers out there, do old baby Jack a favor and don't fly Delta. Now 1099, I'm on the side.
I love people who are really fired up. Hey, Skillet, you didn't have to hang up. I wanted to hear more of you. Replay that, would you please? I mean, I love it. I love if consumers come up with their own battle cries for each problem, I'll be happy. Yeah. Like, let's see the tooth one. No cavities. We're going to dig you a cavity. You said I had cavities. I have no cavities. Gum disease. Okay. 303-713-8255. So, Bob Logan, we have a question here for you. Do you guys do septics? Go ahead.
We do not do septics.
Okay. Now
we can, if you have an issue with the line going from the house to the septic, we can help you out. But no, we do not do septic tanks.
And then wells would be the same as any water supply. If you can handle it from the house in, right?
Correct.
But then the well itself. No, not the well itself, right? Okay, go ahead. Dimitri's been dying to do this all day. Stump the expert.
Bob.
Oh, wait, we're talking to me?
Yes.
Yes. Well, if you're not the expert, we'll give you even a little time to find out. But we just
What is it going to be on? Pizza?
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mark.
Let's just see what he knows. He's a good guy.
Every few years, I have to have my kitchen drain line snaked because I begin to hear this occasional gurgling sound, which kind of leads me to believe that there's a constriction that's growing within the pipes.
Yes.
Does it get worse each year?
No. I just have to do it every 5 or 6 years. And
okay.
The moment I hear that sound, I call the plumber and they send the snake out. However, Bob, all day long, what's going down that drain line is hot water and soap and detergent. Why are drain lines
and grease?
Why aren't they the cleanest thing in the universe? I mean, if I washed myself like I washed those plumbing lines, I wouldn't have any skin left.
I know where you're coming from, but it's because of the grease that comes from the food products and everything else that you're putting down there with the soap and the hot water, and it's starting to build up around the sides, and eventually it's just like a good analogy would be like an artery, right? You eat a bunch of fatty foods, and your arteries are going to clog up sooner or later. Thankfully, with the drain line, you can clear them out. Now there are products we sell a couple that ongoing maintenance things. Never use Drano. Don't use those things. They're not good for the environment.
Wait a minute, they don't work?
They're not good for anything. Use a maintenance.
But if you have a P-trap, if you have a little local P-trap locked up in your bathroom because of hair and stuff.
Yeah, you can take that P-trap off and clear it out.
Now, I've done that before, but a lot of people don't know how to do that, Bob. They can pour stuff in a sink and wait 6 hours.
And you're right, and it will work. Some of those products work. They're just not great for the environment or anything else like that.
Yeah.
We have maintenance products, and you can buy them online too. Bio1.
Oh, you have some?
BioClean.
That you do what, weekly or monthly?
Yeah, you just do. Initially you'll do it every day for about a week, and then about once a month after that, just to. It's basically an organic. It'll break down the fatty substances in your drains. They're good for septic tanks too, like Bio1 or BioClean. They're great for septic, just breaking down the solids in your septic tanks. So that's what I.
Hey, Dimitri, how much do you spend on that drain cleaning each time?
I'd say, this last time was about a year and a half ago, and I think it cost me $360.
Oh my goodness!
I'm going to tell you a secret going forward.
Hey, Mark.
He said it cost him $360. How much did you pay, Mark?
Yeah, I know. Let me tell you a secret going forward.
Okay.
The man you're sitting next to, of course, runs Plumline.
Yeah.
These guys will go to any house, not only snake it for you for $93, but if they can't, let's say a tree trunk went and broke the line and they can't snake the tree trunk, then you pay them nothing. They'll give you a free estimate, but it's 93 or free. Anybody out there that spends any more than 93 is crazy.
Hold on. Even though that sounds like the deal of the year, I won't be able to take advantage of it because I live in a multi-unit building, which is out of the scope of what Bob's company serves.
You can't do that. That's so complicated. Condos make everything complicated.
Yeah.
All right, so we got to take a break. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Yeah, 93 or free has always been a big deal. 303-586-1086 is plumlineservices.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Joe Chiano, mymoneymyway.com. Joe, I woke up and the market, before it even opened, was negative 800. Within the next couple hours, we went all the way to negative 1,600 on the Dow. Then a few minutes ago, it was only negative 128. Last Friday was the scariest day ever, over $2,200 down. And the day before, what was it? Like 1,000 to 1,500 down. My goodness, if anybody needs to know about guaranteed pension plans, it's everybody. And right now, I love the one you guys have with that 15% bonus. Please tell everybody about it.
That is right, Mark. You know, people are really concerned about losing money. They don't want to lose money, and they're seeing their accounts dwindle every single day. And now we offer a very powerful solution to that problem. We offer the guaranteed pension annuity. And this annuity is guaranteed, listen to this carefully, it's guaranteed not to lose what you put in.
Not only does it guarantee that, but the other part that I always want people to hear about this, Joe, is that bonus. You put $100,000 in right now, you automatically have $115,000. Keep going.
$150,000. That is right. So a 15% bonus, and then this annuity will give a guaranteed income for life.
Every month till the day you die, like a Social Security check.
Like a Just like a pension, you bet. Social Security is a pension.
And then if something happens, one of the biggest problems these days is long-term health care. Let's say you're getting that guaranteed pension for life of $4,000 or $5,000 a month, and something happens where you can't cook or bathe yourself. Bam! It doubles till the day you die. You really got to call right now. Listen, I always tell people, don't put all your eggs in one basket, but just look at what's going on. We don't know where these tariffs are going. Please give Joe a call and talk about that guaranteed money. I promise you it's going to be one of the best calls you ever made. It's not an arm-twisting game. It's a real deal. It's a guaranteed pension for life with great bonuses and great perks.
You got the fill, Tom?
MyWay.com. My money. MyWay.com.
One Clear Choice garage doors I've been dealing with for probably, 30 years or more. These people are the real deal. 24/7 service. If you have a problem with your garage door, like you can't get it closed, can't get it open, have it break and spring, 24/7. But what's more important than that is all of their prices are on their website. That's how proud they are of what they do. All their services listed on their website. Nobody does that. OneClearChoiceDoors.com does it. OneClearChoiceDoors.com, because they love giving you the greatest service. 720-370-3987.
Hey, have you noticed, guys? Hey, Bob, this is a good one for you, for all of you. So, have you guys noticed that, like, every garage door company around now all has cartoon characters on their vans? I don't care if it's Don's Garage Doors. I don't care who it is. All the ones that got bought out, and they're all the same company now, they all have different cartoon characters. It's crazy.
Yeah, garage doors and HVAC companies.
And HVAC companies that are all owned by the same companies. People don't realize, like, they call Don's Garage Doors, then they call three others. They're all the same company.
Yeah, many times that's true. Absolutely.
But it's so weird because really the giveaway is the cartoon character. There are all these weird cartoon characters now.
Why do you think that is, Mark?
I think because they own a lot more than just local ones here. They own them across the country, and they just kind of use the same thing in different areas. But total guess.
Okay.
Okay, by the way, I got a text here asking me, what is that red thing above the Abbey Road picture in my studio? And I'm not going to tell him. I want to see if this must be a moron that wrote it, because you could clearly see in the wide shot here what it is. I'll even go.
I can't see it.
I'll even go to a full shot of the studio there.
So I see it.
I don't know what he's talking about.
The red thing above Abbey Road.
Is it blank?
Yeah, well, you got to know what Abbey Road is first.
Well, okay.
I can barely see it.
Oh.
You can barely see it?
Smoke alarm.
Is it a light bulb?
Yeah.
On-air
Studio
light?
Yeah, that's what it looks like, but I know he doesn't have an on-air light.
It's my disco light. It shines on the disco ball.
Oh, okay.
It shines on the disco
I got you.
ball. Yeah. Okay. This was a disco.
Did you know that in 1967, Tom?
Yeah.
The Monkees outsold the Beatles and the Rolling Stones.
Shut up. You know, if I put
everybody
Mark
can
knows,
Google it.
If I put everything Mark knows about music, it wouldn't fill one sheet of a tiny notebook.
3x5 index card.
I know they outsold the Beatles. That I do know.
Trying to compare the life and heritage of the Beatles to the Monkees? Come on, Jesus Christ.
Hey, listen, I realize they didn't have a Yoko Ono, but, you know. I'm sure Davey's wife was pretty up there.
There are timeless classics and lines and lyrics. My God.
Did the Beatles have their own show?
Hey, can we come back with Yellow Submarine or something really good by the Beatles?
Yes. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. Did we ever answer the Stump the Plumber question? Did we ever answer? I mean, you talked about snaking every 3 or 4 years. Was that a question or a stump?
Oh, no. My question actually preceded that, which was, why isn't my plumbing the cleanest thing in the known universe? Because it's subject to water and soap all day long. And yet it still gets clogged up. And
but it's getting clogged up by something coming into it.
Yeah, Bob explained that it's like the grease that builds up.
Next question. Go ahead. Find one. Find one that can stump him.
Bob,
that won't be too hard.
Bob, what are some of the weird things that your crews have found in people's plumbing?
Oh, I'm not even going to go there.
No, really?
Yeah,
that bad?
I pushed him on this one time, and he wished I did not.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob.
Really that bad?
I withdraw my question.
Yeah,
Well, everybody's thinking now, so I might as well just lay it out.
By the way, as we get into those, I have a trivia question, and I want you to tell me. As we move into spring and summer, what is the deadliest animal, species, whatever, in Colorado? That can
snake.
You just snuck a peek under here.
No.
Attributed
I
51 people killed last year alone.
What?
51 people killed. The deadliest predator.
Rattlers.
The deadliest predator in all of Colorado. And this is statistically, this comes from out there, Colorado.
Prairie dogs.
No.
I got to say rattlesnakes.
It could be with the diseases.
Come on, morons.
Almost nobody dies from snake bites anymore.
No, not rattlesnakes?
Uh-uh.
How about?
Well, it's pretty deadly, but anybody have any ideas? The deadliest predator
My
in all
mother.
of
Elk?
No, that's a good guess, though.
A squirrel, Tom. A squirrel.
No. You think a squirrel would kill people?
No chance.
If they have rabies.
Mountain
There
lion.
are plenty of animals I'm reading now from out there, Colorado. Now.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Mosquito.
Oh, he just looked it up. Mark is such a Googler. Mark is a Googler.
I didn't look it up.
Total Googler.
I didn't look anything up.
Mosquitoes a predator?
Yeah, I don't think mosquitoes are predators.
Well, sorry, but you're wrong.
blood.
They are. There are plenty of animals that kill humans in Colorado. Black bears, mountain lions, rattlesnakes, bison, moose, even bighorn sheep, to name a few. Granted, deaths caused by these animals tend to be few and far between. But encounters having this species, listen, that being said, the deadliest species in Colorado does the opposite, feasting on human blood in order to stay alive, killing several dozen Coloradans last year alone.
That's crazy.
The mosquito, by count, has so far resulted, since they've been keeping track, since 2003, 229 deaths.
Ooh.
Just in Colorado.
In 2023, 51 Coloradans were killed by mosquito-transmitted West Nile virus. 634 documented cases. Think about that.
You know, that's a nasty disease. I know somebody who got that about 10 years ago. It took him years to get over the fatigue that was caused by West Nile virus. And
2024. Huh?
How did it get here? I mean, no mosquito can fly from the Nile all the way to Colorado.
No, it's that they're a carrier of the Nile from a carrier. It's not the mosquito. Mm-hmm. The mosquito picks it up from a carrier and then spreads it.
Ugh, disgusting.
So anyway, that you can take to the bank. 51 people killed, the deadliest one in Colorado, the deadliest predator. And who would have thunk that? Okay, now, of course, he's like a child, by the way. Dragon's like a child. Once he gets onto something, he never lets it go. He never lets it go. Guess what? Who is the most victimized segment of our society when it comes to cyber and digital fraud?
Oh, that's easy.
Kids.
Senior citizens.
Yeah, it's a
senior citizens.
I'd say kids.
86% of kids 18 to 59. Well, you're not a kid at 59, but that's the segment right there. Younger adults, they call it. 60
Well, that's
plus.
that might as well say anybody living.
No,
pretty broad.
18 to 59. I know it's pretty broad.
That's not even a segment. That's the population.
But they're calling it a segment.
That is the population.
No. What are you saying? I'm not a person?
No,
60 and over?
Yeah, you're in the
People 5 to 93.
60 onward. Only Yeah, they only like 14.
A lot of the kids get caught up in that, what do they call it, the sex thing.
Oh, yeah.
The sextortion.
Listen to this. The I say young, people 18 to 59, what you say the population, is 330% more likely to be scammed than people 60 and older. I thought it would be, honest to God, though, I thought older people would be scammed more. They're not taking the raw numbers because the raw numbers obviously would be skewed. They're saying the likelihood of being scammed in your demographic, and it's 330% more than if you're 60 and older. To make it long story short, less 60 and older people fall for investment scams. Government imposter scams is almost dead even. They both younger and older people all fall for it. Romance scams, now I would have thunk it would hit 60 and older. It doesn't. It's 60 and under crowd.
But that's probably because of the time they spend online. It's
the younger. You're right. More people spend time online. You're right. Now, here's where it gets really out of balance. Tech support scams, where they mirror your screen, or they say your computer is frozen, or Microsoft needs to help you recover your account, or Google. 398% more likely 60 and older.
Yeah, Tom, we had calls like that from several people whose elderly parents got scammed like that. And one guy put $32,000. This is a Deputy Dollar worked that case a few months ago.
Yeah.
He put $32,000 into a Bitcoin machine in the back of some liquor store.
Wow. Yeah, it was crazy.
Now, prizes and sweepstakes, 126% more likely 60 and older. So people 60 and older. Family and friend imposters. That's where you answer the phone. Hello, Grandma?
Yeah.
Is this you, Henry? You know, I mean, it's so weird.
I'm in jail. I need bail. Can you wire it right now?
My dad got hit with one of those.
With AI,
wait a minute. Did they say they were you, Mark?
No, what they said, if someone got into his boss's Gmail account and he thought his boss was emailing him, and she was in a bind and needed to get some gift cards for some clients. Would you please go to Amazon, get me 5 gift cards for $100 each, and then send them to me? And he did it.
Same thing happened to one of my employees. I was out of town, and I don't know how they knew, or if it
didn't cost the business money, did it?
It cost the employee $1,000. I reimbursed her.
Really? Why?
What do you mean why?
Why would you reimburse an employee that got ripped off?
Because
they pretended to be you.
From my email address.
Wow.
Right. It came from my email address saying, "Hey, I'm out of town. I want to do a surprise for the people out here."
What do you mean? That 500 I sent you today saying, "Hey, Tom, I'm running short on some cash."
That was a whole different.
Okay, now, so obviously 60 and older fall for those more. Fake check scams. Which segment of the population, under 60 or over?
What's a fake check scam?
What is a check?
Fake check, like they send you a check.
What's
and
a
say,
check?
We overpaid you by
That's
mistake.
gotta be old as hell.
It's usually an overpayment on something, or a payment you
Kids
should have
never even
gotten.
heard of a check.
That was big with cars. I was selling a
That's
van
right.
a long time
That's
ago.
right. You were selling one.
They sent me $15,000. I was only asking 10 for it, and they said,
"We need the other 5 for this or that or the other thing."
Yep.
How did that turn out, Bob?
I called.
You didn't cash it?
it? No, I called the authorities. I told them to
Yeah.
pound sand. And
So what they usually do is say, "I need to ship the car. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you 18 grand. You want 15. Take the 3 grand. A courier is going to come and pick up the extra 3 grand. So then somebody comes to the door. This person comes to the door and acts as a courier and takes the 3 grand. That's usually how that works. Job scams. Well, that's pretty obvious. It's 60 and under, or under 60. 59 and under. So that's the profile of being scammed. And no one's immune to it. But here's what really bothered me. I was going to say this before we got such an influx of calls. And again, of course, your calls will take precedent. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Here's what bothers me. All of that money lost. And it's mostly by people who can least afford to lose it. My God, when you read about some of these people that literally wire or take out their money and buy gift cards I mean, it's astronomical. It's hard to believe how many people are falling for cybercrime. To me, you know what they really need, and I mean this. You know how people laugh when Trump did Space Force, blah, ha, ha. But we really need a cyber police just to do nothing but cyber law enforcement. And the FBI, they tried to do it in the day, and they were technically wire specialists and all of that, but it's not going to make it. What I truly believe is we need a cyber investigative force or something, call it whatever, but we need one specially dedicated to just online and digital scams, because you could hire the best. Get Elon Musk to put together a crew. I mean, I'm serious though. We really
what's hard about it though? What's hard about it is, when is it they're all scams, but when does it legally go past that? In other words, to me, if someone shows up at your front door and sells you a gym membership, I find that to be a scam as well, although the courts might not find it that way. So when someone does talk you out of money because you think it's some guy that likes you or some girl that likes you in another country, and you literally, wire them money, is that a scam? Who's to say who gets what money back? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I'll tell you, we need to do something. People are losing everything. I mean, they really are. Look at your dad, pretty sophisticated in business for many years, and still didn't even think anything about that, did he? It's like, well...
No, not at all.
Especially when they can spoof your email. That's the scariest
Break
thing.
time, buddy.
We got to take a break.
I don't think they spoof it. I don't think it's spoofed. I think they literally take control of his boss's email.
By the way, CMG Financial for your next loan. CMG Financial.
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Yeah, we have had some rock scaling underway. Not much, but they did have I-70 closed there at the Veteran Memorial Tunnels just a short time ago. It's been reopened. We're still seeing a little bit of a backup eastbound out of Idaho Springs and west down Floyd Hill. Freeways are pretty light. There's some minor slowing on 270 and I-70 west from Colorado over to Brighton. One crash way out to the east side, still clearing on Arapahoe at Smoky Hill. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
DiscountBath.com. You want to talk about discounts? You can talk Discount Bath. It's in the name, and you can believe it. When you call these guys, they'll happily come out to the house, but you don't have to. You can go to their website and upload a video, and you'll get a price on the phone. You'll get a price by email. DiscountBath.com. When you go there, they give you a link. Once you prove you're a real person, they give you a link to upload videos. Just take your phone, walk around, say, hey, I want to move this sink here, put a walk-in shower here. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to move this wall. You can do it in a hallroom bath, a master bath, a Jack and Jill bedroom bath. You can do it in the basement bath where it's roughed in, and then you get a price. DiscountBath.com. And if you want to talk to them, 720-979-2322. The Art of Granite. Speaking of deals, The Art of Granite will do your countertops or bathroom vanity for a song. If you want to get it done, give Mitch a call and he'll gladly give you a price on the phone. Who else does that? No one. You're wondering, what will my granite or marble or quartzite or quartz, whether it's stone or man-made, The Art of Granite will quote it. They know that tear out and haul away is always free, and they charge wholesale on all countertop materials, plus a myriad of free items depending on what the special is. Free backdrops, edge treatments. You can get free bathroom vanities. Whatever it is, you'll get a great deal. Get your price right now. 303-386-5919. 386-5919. Okay, there's where it should be. So my
shit.
Did you get it on the wall, Mark?
Yeah, just a little.
At least it wasn't a Diet Coke.
No. I remember someone spilling a Coke Zero.
Yeah.
And then telling everybody he did not do it, denied it 100%, even to the program director, directly to his face.
Yeah, didn't it screw up the controls?
Yes, it did. It screwed up the controls pretty big time. And it was just deny. Then they called me into the principal's office about it.
Oh, they were serious.
And I said, I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
And he hit play on our own YouTube feed. And there was somebody who I'm not going to say literally spilling said Diet Coke everywhere onto the control panel.
They used your own video against you.
Yes. But I do not drink Coke. I don't drink soda, period.
You don't?
Yes. So we'll just leave it like that.
Hey, we're all like listening to you with skeptical ears.
I wonder who.
Yeah, skeptical ears.
Do you remember there was a couple of morons that rebuilt an entire computer system for a bus and RV? And when it was all done, it was working perfectly, and somebody spilled soda on it?
Yes, and once again, I don't drink soda.
And then we had to redo the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, you can't get that sticky stuff out.
Yeah.
Oh,
and if I recall, that soda might have had a little Jack Daniels in it.
It probably did.
Seconds, guys.
Probably did.
6400. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. We have, let's see, there are some other things I wanted to talk about that are very important. Let me find it here. Okay. Now, what do you think is the most gambling addicted state in the country? Now, the reason I'm talking about scams and gambling is I'm trying to make a point here that most of Americans' problems, I'm serious, when it comes to economy and finance, comes from within, not from without. I'm not saying that the government can't affect it. The government certainly affects you. The stock market affects you, everything. But most economic pressure, rewards or risk or bad things happen from within. One of them is being a victim of crime or fraud in a way that's self-induced. Okay, it is. And the other one is when you talk about gambling. Now, that's not a big thing, but what would you say are the most, if you had to pick the number one state, it has to be so obvious.
I'm going with North Dakota.
No, for the number one addicted state.
I'll go Nebraska.
New Jersey. Nevada. They're going
of course,
by
Nevada, then probably New Jersey.
No, South Dakota then.
Oh, South Dakota. That's what I meant.
Why South Dakota? Oh, because they have all them. They had casinos up there.
Deadwood?
Right? Yeah, Deadwood.
Deadwood.
And so Nevada, which is a home of casinos, South Dakota, the home of casinos. But why is number 3 the most addicted state, Montana? I don't know. What are you kidding me? Montana.
That doesn't sound right.
And then 4, Louisiana.
I guess that's based. Is all these based on population?
No, it's the most. It says gambling exists everywhere, but what they
Per
did
capita?
is they take per capita. That's right. The people who have an effect they will go by money.
Well, I'll tell you something funny. We went through Montana last year on a long bus trip, and I just thought of something. Almost every little town, big town, grocery store, convenience store had slot machines in them. Every restaurant, there was no big casinos at all, like you're thinking Vegas or even up the hill here at Central City or Blackhawk. But that slot machines were absolutely everywhere, Tom.
So, Montana ranks number 3 for gambling addiction. And Colorado, where would you say it ranks?
13.
Bob, do you think it's higher or lower?
I'm going like 20 something.
My mic is off.
No, it's not. Go ahead.
I would say we're close to the bottom of the list.
We're at 23. Bob Logan, you're really close.
Jeez, Bob.
So going next to us.
Hey, give him your dinger.
The 3 is the something.
Hey, Bob, turn around. Tom's going to give you his dinger real quick.
There we go. Kansas is 42. Nebraska 47. We're surrounded. New Mexico 31. So we're right. Utah is 50. Wyoming is 16. The surrounding. Texas is number 14. Florida is 39, which surprises me because they have all the Indian casinos, a lot of Indian casinos. Have you ever gone to an Indian casino, Mark?
Oh, my God. Over the years, I used to take my grandmother to one outside of Phoenix. I go pick her up and go to the Indian casino. What I found weird, Tom. Listen, back in the day, which was really crazy, most Indian casinos, you couldn't get liquor. And I'd never heard of not having a beer while you're, watching the sports game going on or playing a slot machine or poker. But back then, the Indian reservations wouldn't allow liquor on them, at least in Arizona.
Yeah, well, all my observations of all of that Indian lifestyle and reservations came from outdated, which would be cursed and canceled series now. If you ever heard some of these old Westerns, me drink firewater. I mean, it's like they portray Indians as complete idiots or Native Americans as complete idiots. I'm serious. I can't even believe they made them. Yeah.
I grew up, when I was in middle school, I was in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, and I had a really good friend I was in middle school with. His name was Son McHenry, and he was probably 80-90% Indian, if not full, to be quite honest, and I think his dad was. And I'd go over to his house on the reservation occasionally, and it was the most depressing thing in the world. Every house out there looked basically the same. It was very broke. They did not allow liquor. I remember that on it, but a lot of them did. And it was just one of the most depressed things I've ever seen. It's absolutely horrible how those people live. It's horrible.
Is it still like that, though? I don't know if it's still like that.
That's 30. That's 40 years ago.
Yeah, we occasionally do mission trips up in
and they live in squalor.
South Dakota. Yeah, it's.
So why don't we?
Sad.
Why don't we help like people truly in need as a result of greed? And
here's what they do. Here's what our government did.
That
Listen,
Doge money going overseas, to study.
Here's what happens though with that stuff.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. But what happens with the Indian reservations in Oklahoma back then, their genius plan was, okay, we're going to do Indian smoke shops. So people could go buy whatever brand cigarettes or tobacco they had, and you wouldn't have to pay sales tax, which was great because you get rid of the federal and the state and local sales tax on a pack of cigarettes back then. They're selling them for 50 cents a pack. Everybody else is $1 a pack, double the price. Then they started doing it with casinos. So Indians could have casinos and profits, but then companies like Bally's and these big, huge companies would come in and do the management, and then the tribe is left with nothing. Nothing.
My God. Yeah. Anyway, we got to take a break. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Pretty easy driving to start off this Monday afternoon. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. The same can't be said through Commerce City. I-270 westbound, some stop-and-go traffic between Northfield and Vasquez. South of there, I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from the DIA area. Further south again, I-225 north and southbound. No complaints through Aurora and the Denver Tech Center. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
What if I can guarantee the price of Bitcoin will be $1 million in 2030? Well, I can't, but I can guarantee you'll save a lot of money on blinds at my company, Blindster.com. Free samples, free shipping, and guaranteed to fit. Shop at Blindster.com today.
Recover your hair. That's the real deal. Real hair transplants by real doctors, but you go to Istanbul, Turkey, and you get it for a fraction of the cost. That's why a local entrepreneur put together trips to do this. He did it. Now he wants to share it with you. RecoverYourHair.com. What I love about it is you save a lot of money and get the same quality hair transplant as you would in America. RecoverYourHair.com. Now, here's the deal. I'm going to give you the phone number as well. It's a medically approved clinic. They're true MDs, and you get the hair transplant. You can stay a few days, get follow-up appointments. Your hair starts growing the very next day, and you save a ton of money. Founder Nick Turner wants to hear from you. RecoverYourHair.com, 970-534-0676. RecoverYourHair.com. I love different commercials like that. Hey, you heard Brad O'Brien on our show earlier today talking about leases. If you're a landlord and you're trying to navigate the tricky waters of leases nowadays, he can help you. He can also help you with any real estate problem or closing or reviewing documents or even drawing up documents. He is a real estate firm, a real estate lawyer that is not a real estate firm to sell and buy real estate, but to help you in everything to do with real estate. And that's O'Brien Legal Services, OLSlaw.com, 720-370-7388.
Say something.
Tom?
Mm-hmm. Yes?
There's an echo on the iHeart app for listeners. Apparently has something to do with your speakers being up a little bit too high. I don't know.
I'll turn it down. Okay. Could be.
Hey, what was I going to say? Oh, Suzanne, don't we have who was the guy that came out and did a VIN verification on something for us? It might have been on one of Tom's car.
A VIN guy.
Who was that?
He's not around anymore. I don't know what happened to him.
Mark Zelinka.
Is he still around?
On Facebook. I'm Facebook friends with him.
Can you ask him if he could do a VIN verification for us on a
1935 Chevrolet, but I just
1935 Chevy.
Yo, can you do
If the problem is the VIN, it does not match, you have to have a VIN verification.
On a 19 what? On a 19
Whose car
what?
is it, Mark?
That's what I'm saying. It's Bo's.
Mark, what is it?
In fact, let's just talk to him about it when he comes back. A 1935 Chevy.
He bought it new.
Oh, that was me. No, my dad
bought it almost. He bought it new. That's not Doc, that's Bo.
Yeah, that was mean.
Dang.
I just want to know
if
other listeners have this problem.
Here she comes. The princess.
That's my girl Dolce. Or the kitty cat.
Kitty cat.
Come on, kitty. Uh-oh. Yeah. I can go do it. It's just the principle of the thing.
Hey, by the way, you guys got to fill me in sometime on the, never mind.
Doesn't matter anyway.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, no problem. I'm like,
I got
it
your
was,
text. I got your text, but
part of the deal.
I was in a movie.
Mark, somebody's trying to reset my password for Frontier. I've had the same Frontier password for 10 years.
Oh, my God.
I have no idea who was doing that. Did you just get that?
Yeah, in an email.
Yeah, I have. Oh, what email is it?
It's my email.
Okay, just disregard that. I accidentally put in your Frontier number for a password reset instead of mine. I can't figure out what mine
I sure
is.
hope it didn't mess up my password.
No, it didn't do anything. It sent you a reset link if you wanted to.
The same time during the period, the S&P 500.
Make sure you can log in.
And we're up at 22%. That's when everybody's losing. Everybody.
Mark says he can do the VIN somewhere. He thinks he can do a VIN verification.
It's probably available.
Yeah, the VIN somewhere.
I just have to ask him for it.
It's just that last week was
out of curiosity.
Somebody want to send me the VIN?
Tell him what happened was DMV got the VIN number screwed up, so now the guy can't register it. Is there any other way to get it figured out without doing a VIN verification?
The most.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, the car's 80 years old.
Yeah, he gets it.
I just don't feel like, why should I when they're the ones that screwed it up.
Yeah. It's like Tom messes up a lot, and I've got to step in, but I just accept that as part of my life now and part of my duty to help out my brother and friend.
Tariffs drama and Case Mightfield on a Monday on the Joe Pag Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. Now, we have done our share of talking about the economy and stuff like that, but I've been concentrating on personal finance, and my theory is that most ruin of your personal economy comes from within. You're gambling, you're high risk, you're a victim of fraud. And one of the other things, here is one of the biggest problems I find where most problems start. And really, it's going to be very easy to back this up with all of my data. And that is the use of credit. Or shall I say, the misuse of credit. If I had to pick something that brings people down first, before anything, it would be transportation and misuse of credit, sometimes both the same. But with misuse of credit, and I just was talking to my son and daughter about this the other day, I said they look at the credit card as second income or a second credit card as third income. They literally look at it as if it is income to them. And they use it as if it's a friend, but they don't realize they're going to have to pay it back. But they don't look at the payback. They look at the monthly payment, which is the worst, because that monthly payment is showing about 40 to 50 years of debt. 40 to 50 years of debt. So when somebody says, oh, that's just $2 a month, I'm going to buy it. They don't say it's this much. They say it's $2 a month. I knew a girl had 12 credit cards. She was just out of college. 12 credit cards. And she would rotate her payments. She would rotate the card use. And she had excellent credit because she had so many cards and so little usage. And because she can't use all 12, right? So when she bought something, though, she'd look at a Louis Vuitton bag and she'd say, oh, $3,600 at the time. Not a big deal. That's only so much a month. And it was truly dangerous. Then I had somebody who was in business, she said, as computer repair. She was in computer repairs. She had this business. So here's was her model. She would use her credit card to go out and buy motherboards and things and build up computers and then sell them. And when she sold them, she put the money into her account as if it was income. She put no money away for taxes, nor did she put any money away to pay the credit card, which was her cost of goods sold. No one, there are so many single-owned businesses that don't consider cost of goods sold. They look at money as money coming in, and they don't look at money going out. They also don't consider their own time, which is detrimental. So those are the biggest problems I find with everyone going into adulthood. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255. That's real data, man. That's real data. The credit story, my God, it'll kill them.
It's been that way for how many years now? I mean, when I went to CSU before I flunked out, you could walk through the student center and there was just table after table after table.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like department stores, Visa, MasterCard.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, come get a free hat or a T-shirt. And
At Laurie Student Center.
And
when did you go to CSU?
From 86 to 88.
Oh, I did too.
Yeah, I know. We partied.
I lived in Newsom Hall. Where did you live?
I lived in Corbett
for
1 year, and then moved to Shields and Mulberry. Is that right? Shields and
Yeah.
Shields and Mulberry. There's a house right there. That
My fraternity house was must have been maybe next door to you, the Beta House.
Okay.
Did you ever spend any time at the Beta Theta Pi house?
I probably did. Yeah. I was at honorary Fiji, but I never got my grades high enough to become a full-fledged.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway.
What did you major in?
Initially, it was computer science.
Oh, very cool.
And then
The ladies.
Initially,
right.
Only because when I got there, I said, "Where can you make the highest incomes?" Oh, computer science. I'll do that. And then I realized I couldn't speak that language, and but I never even got through all my cores. I had a 1.3 GPA when I flunked out, and that was after 2.5 years.
Wow.
For crust pizza.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Belly Busters on Monday. Yeah.
$5.
$6, all you could eat pizza and all you could drink beer. $6.
Mm-hmm.
All you could eat.
Where was
Wow.
it?
Up at CSU, upper crust pizza.
And when was it? What day of the week?
I think that was Monday or.
I don't remember what day that was.
Yeah, but it was, Tom, it was 1928.
Yeah, 19.
They said it was 1928, though.
1928. And do you remember Pescado Bay fish tacos on the west side of campus? Remember how delicious that was? They were next door to big microbrewery over there. Oh, the fish tacos were amazing. Man, we had some. And remember the what was that bar in Old Town that only had like 6 seats? It was like the Pump House or something like that. Remember that?
Jeez.
And of course,
I always hung out at Wash Bar.
Yeah.
Fort Ram.
Yeah. But the best one was the Ale House in Old Town. And you get all those peanuts and then you throw the shells on the floor. Remember they had a barrel of peanuts by the door? The Ale House. Still my favorite.
Mark, who's that coin guy you guys recommend?
Marc Machowski.
And he's got an auto shop, right?
Yep. He's good with, he's a pneumatic something.
Numismatic.
A numismatic, super sophisticated coin guy.
Does he do that on the side?
No, that's pretty much his main gig now.
Oh, yeah. What's the name of the shop or the name, Mark?
If you go to referrallist.com, it's Top Dollar Gold.
Really?
Or Top Dollar Coin, something like that. Top Dollar.
Dollar coin, okay. My roommate in college wants to get rid of all of his silver coins that he's collected. He's got hundreds of them.
Yeah, he can look at them and he'll give you a fair price and tell you the value, the whole bit.
Yeah, he wants to sell them all, not onesie twosie, is a lot.
That's the kind of stuff those coin guys like.
Top dollar coin.
Marc Machowski.
Did you guys use him back in the auto days?
Yeah, he's still on our referral list. He kind of stepped down from the auto stuff. His place is called Budget A1 Transmission, but he still does his coin stuff out of there, and I believe he still owns the shop, but he basically took on a GM to do everything. He's kind of hands-off. At least that's my understanding.
Yeah, I'll call him. Well, those guys got to be doing good now with gold $3,000 an ounce if they've held on to it. I never thought I'd live to see gold at $3,000 an ounce.
Hey, Bob, can you hear me?
They're soaring.
Bob, Mark's talking to you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man.
What's up?
Suzanne and I went down to finalize some stuff at the Tesla dealership, and it was 2 Saturdays ago, so we get down there. It's the one on Littleton Boulevard. There's one guy out there with literally, it's a fuck E-line sign, like on a pizza box. That was the one protester, was anti-Elon. On the other three corners, there was anywhere from 5 to 10 people each that was all Trump and go Elon and this stuff. And it was the craziest thing I ever witnessed. There was 20 times more anti-protesters than there was protesters. It was nuts, man.
Wow. Interesting, and it's just amazing to me. They don't even know what they're protesting, first of all.
I know.
No, they ask, too, and they have no idea.
No, that's typically the case.
Like he's doing something.
I mean, he was
well, the Trump ones they had Sunday.
Elon was their
just
hero
no
a couple
idea.
years ago when he was all about electrification of cars and he's
green,
the best man in the world, and now,
boy, they'll eat their own really quick, won't they?
Yes, they will. Look what they're doing to Kamala. Wow.
What are they doing to her? I thought they were telling she's really great.
Oh.
And we've been all screwed.
No, I know. I mean, I don't want to put words.
I think she's out of the graces.
But I know, like, Obama had come out and said some things, and I think she's definitely.
Obama said she was the worst candidate. He actually came out, Tom, and said he was pushing for a, what do you want to call it, like a speedy, what is that called?
Primary?
Primary, thank you.
What would that have done, do you think?
Say that again?
What
that would
was
have gotten
she?
somebody else as a candidate.
Oh,
yeah, I think
see.
it would have gotten the guy from Pennsylvania, honestly. They were afraid of him, though, because he was Jewish, and they hate Jews now for whatever reason. That's unbelievable. I think the only reason they didn't go with him, well, I guess there was some funding issue. Like all the money they raised could only go to Kamala. That would be a problem.
10 seconds, guys.
Have some patience and some strength. Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. As we do in every show, we try to find people who need help, and we help them. And that's what our function is. If you have a problem, question, or complaint, we also get texts and emails, and I put them aside. And we had one on actually something I don't know about, beer brewing at home and small batch breweries. We were hoping to get Steve on, one of our friends who does a lot of brewing of beer. And until we do, we won't broach that topic.
Actually, Suzanne, let's see if we can't get him on.
Mark, I've already tried.
Yeah, she tried.
Okay. Did he tell you what's going on out there at Rock and Roll Brewery?
What's going on?
Oh, dude, it's cool. So starting real soon, on Saturdays, he can have people out to his brewery. Now, why it's different than most places, it's only going to be on Saturdays. It's in a residential address, but he finally got all the permitting. So on Saturdays, every weekend, 6 months out of the year, and it's starting anytime soon. And it's a maximum of 25 people. So we're still getting through a little bit of the logistics, but I suggest you and I fly out there soon
that would be fun.
And kick it off with them.
Yeah, that would be fun. So,
yeah, it would.
I'm getting something here, and they said, should you tip for a free valet service? Because if you do, it's kind of not free, is it? So what do you do when they offer complimentary valet service? Somebody wants to know, what do you do about tipping? I always tip. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you, Mark? I always
$5.
Yeah.
$10.
Valets, I tip $5.
Now, what do you do when you are using an app and it doesn't show a place for tipping, but you can tip for cash, but you don't have cash? What do? You know what I've been doing, and almost everybody does it? I say, give me your Venmo.
Venmo.
They show me a QR code, which of course could be dangerous as hell, because if some tech guy was really, really astute and he put on his phone a fake Venmo, he could literally have me downloading stuff onto my phone. I never even thought of it. Now I just gave some crooked son of an idea to go become a fake valet guy. He holds up his Venmo and you just scan in a bunch of parasites. But truly, tipping has become a guilt trip for a lot of things. I believe tipping.
I override a lot of them now because I'm sick of we were at a place the other day. It was 20, 22, and 26%. 15% is just been negated. It's nowhere anymore. And the reason was all they did was hand me a beer. Literally, that's all they did. I'm in line.
Right.
They hand me a beer. I pay for the one beer. They turn around and expect for their 5 seconds of handing me the beer an additional $4 or $5. I'm like, you're crazy.
Yeah, I do tipping this way, and I used to not do it, but here's what I do. For all the to-go orders and the automatic stuff, I call automatic, getting you a coffee or a prepared sandwich even. You go to Starbucks, right, and you buy prepared foods. So I do 20%. I don't know why, but I do. Because I just figure they're working stiffs, so what? It goes to them, okay? I don't know what the rule is. So I gave up trying to make a rule, and I just do 20% across the board. And at a restaurant, I do a little more if they do better service, and I don't ever do less. Unless it's insulting service, I don't tip anything, but I let them know, in no uncertain terms that this is why I'm doing this. So the bottom line is, though, when do you tip? Not necessarily what do you tip. 20% is 20%, but when? I would say there are certain times you always tip, but there are times I think that are questionable. And I don't know what to do. I was at a Sherwin-Williams or another paint store. Maybe I shouldn't have said Sherwin-Williams. I don't know. And I brought in a paint patch, said, can you match this? And the guy's working with me. And he works with me for about 15, 20 minutes to get it perfect. And then he mixes me up a pint because I only need a small job. And I'm wondering, should I have tipped him? Now, Dimitri, you're saying yes, but that, working at a clerk at a paint store, normally you wouldn't think of tipping, but you would because of that extra service, Dimitri?
Yeah, the extra service. Plus, it's nice to build a relationship with someone like that because you're probably going to need some more paint soon.
That's not a bad idea.
So,
Bob Logan, what do you think?
In a situation like that, I don't know if I would, because typically they're compensated. Not that they're paid super well, but they're paid an hourly. Where the other things,
weight versus time.
Yeah, weight people. I mean, they're expecting tips. That's part of their compensation.
So, Mark, what would you do in that case?
What would I do in that case? I probably wouldn't tip in that case at all. Nope.
Okay. So then
I've got a question for. I got a question for Bob though. How about what is plumb line like?
That's exactly what I was going to ask. Somebody comes to my house and installs a furnace, and they do a beautiful job.
Yeah, and I didn't want to get anybody in trouble, so I want to hear his policy
or
first.
a water heater, and you say, thank you very much, as such, and they show you, and I cleaned up around here and did this, did that. Are they pimping for a tip? And I don't mean just plumb line or people. What is the rule on that? I've always wondered about home services. Should you tip the plumber? Should you tip the HVAC guy? Should you tip? Dimitri, you're very generous. You're saying yes, yes, yes.
And it's interesting because when people come to my home, I tip them. But so it used to be a hardcore policy at Plumline. Absolutely no, you don't accept tips under any circumstances. Now it's hey, first of all, if you ever ask for a tip or hold your hand out or anything like that, or hint to it, you're probably going to get terminated for something like that, right? You should never expect it. But there are people who are adamant, like, hey, you guys worked hard. I appreciate what you do. Here's money for lunch or whatever the case might be. So we always ask our employees, hey, turn it away, say no, I appreciate it, but that's not necessary. And if somebody's super adamant, then I don't want to keep my employees from accepting it, but we kind of frown against it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we don't want.
That's why I didn't want to bring it up.
We don't want any employees insinuating that they deserve a tip.
No, I know what you mean.
To your
That's
point,
guilt
sometimes
trip.
you feel obligated.
No, it's a fine line.
You should never feel guilty. I mean, we're so happy to be in your home.
Yeah.
And you're providing us the jobs. You don't need to be tipping us, but we've all had people in our homes, and some excel, and some are just they don't respect your home. They drag mud on your carpet. So
I guess if I was
not
extra
from you guys,
satisfied
though.
with the service, I would tip. If they found a problem and did, hey, here was we able to do this, this, and this, I think I would. I don't think I would every single time. Sometimes I just shake their hand and
Tom.
say thank you. Yes, Suze.
What about someone like delivering furniture or a piece of exercise equipment, something like that?
Now, you mentioned that specifically. You're right. I just had exercise equipment ordered. They delivered and set up. I always tip. I always tip delivery people, and I'm not sure
A lot of times you're paying for that, though, on an outside.
no.
Like
you are
we
paying
ordered.
for it.
But Mark, if you
we ordered from Norditrack, and they used they call it the last mile or something like that.
Yeah.
And
That's
the
right.
guy owned his own. He owned his own setup, though. I mean, literally, the guy that came and set it up and made sure it was working and all that stuff, that was his own company. So I go back and go, do you tip the owner of a company?
Yeah, why not? I mean,
why
make
not?
them happy, and everybody's happy to get an extra $20. And if you look at your annual budget, all these tips, they really are not going to add up to a whole lot of money compared to the happiness and joy to people's lives.
How about movers?
Oh yeah, they should get paid too.
Now,
if they're any good, I've yet to run into ones that I wanted to tip.
Have you ever wondered if the tip gets where it's supposed to go? Now, I'm going to give you some.
Oh my God!
Go ahead.
Well, hold on. I'm going to give you a huge example that just happened here in Colorado. Talk about crazy. I mean, it's absolutely insane. There was a strip bar downtown that all the tips, I wouldn't know anything about this, but Bo probably does. When you throw the dollars up onto the stage, you would assume they're going to the girl dancing. Wouldn't that be a pretty basic assumption?
All of it should.
All of it. They were taking all the people's tips. Tom, I am not kidding. They were taking all the people's tips. The state of Colorado just fined them $14 million. It's probably going to put them out of business.
$14 million?
$14 million. Yep, 2 Denver strip. I just pulled
what's
the.
the name of
let me
this place?
see which.
Golden Boobies? I mean, what the heck? I mean, how can they?
The Diamond Cabaret.
Oh, that's a
Diamond Cabaret and. Yeah, so, I mean, here's the bottom line, though. All that money people thought they were giving to the worker, they weren't even getting it.
Wrong.
They were keeping the money.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but when you stuff $1 in panties, how did the management get a hold of it?
Well,
I'm serious.
That I couldn't tell you.
Well,
I have no idea.
Are those cash tips, or
they're all
or do the girls? I have a novel approach. They can
have little
with
Venmos
QR
on their
them.
thigh.
No, they have pasties with QR codes on them for tipping. You can tip the left or the right.
To answer your question,
how would you know this, Martino?
I've never been in a strip bar in my life, not one time.
Strip bars have a way to keep track of this. What they sell you is, for example, at the Diamond Cabaret, what I remember from that place is they sell you diamond bucks. So you buy a stack of what looks like Monopoly money from the hostess.
Oh, it's like Chuck E. Cheese, basically.
You use Monopoly money for the dancers?
Well, it's called diamond bucks or diamond dollars, something like that.
Yeah.
So you use
it's like Chuck E. Cheese. You change them in for, tokens.
Yeah. Well, they're not tokens. It's actually paper, so you can stuff them in the girls' underwear. And it's in-house money.
Okay.
And so the girls end up with this.
At a casino.
And then they cash out
Perfect.
at the end of their shift. But the house keeps a certain percentage.
Oh, that's wrong.
Oh, yeah, it's awful. So I've always used, actual real dollars. But I knew going in that the girls are required to share that with a house, with a manager, scheduling manager. So if I tipped her, say, $20,
he did it behind the bar somewhere.
I assume she's going to get maybe 10 or 12. And
really? Okay.
The girls are not.
But why would a house take part of tips?
The girls are not employees. They're independent contractors.
I get it. But why should the house? Oh, the house is saying we're providing this place for you.
Providing a.
Yeah, but while they're dancing, these guys are drinking it up.
Also providing.
No, it's even.
Preferred
they were charging
scheduling.
people. They were also charging some of these girls to actually pay to work there, which is insane.
Yeah,
well, now hold on.
But were you saying,
hairstylists when they pay for their chair, right?
Well, they do pay for their chair.
Yes.
Okay, so a hairstylist pays for his chair.
They're renting
and then
the
gets
booth.
tips.
Yeah.
But the house takes the chair rental, but they don't take a share of the tips. So I think that's wrong.
Yeah,
but
these
I
guys
think
were
if they
doing
said to a
both.
topless dancer, "You're allowed to come in here and shake your booty thing," If they let them do that and charge them for it, yeah.
Tom, the reason you're wrong there is because they were misclassifying all their dancers. They work there. They tell them what time to show up, where to dance, when to dance. They said you can't call these people. They're employees. No matter how you look at it, they're employees. So they misclassified that. So that was how they thought they were getting away with it.
I see.
So, hey, Dimitri, I wanted to. You said something like you would give her $12 in just cash, so you would give it to her like in the back door or something. Then they'd get to keep it.
No, I gave no one anything in the back door. I would just hand them cash out in the open. And
I got you.
I swear to
you
I've
wouldn't
never,
buy the diamond bucks.
Listen. I swear to you, I've never been to a bar like this. I don't know. I'm asking. No, I'm asking a question. Seriously, if you want to tip, do they literally put it in their waistbands like that? Is that true?
You could. I don't do that because.
But is it truly tradition to do that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, in some bars,
can you walk in and just give them the tip?
Never just throw it at them at the bar?
Just set it right on the floor.
Okay. Here's the deal. The point is tipping, which we were talking about to begin with, and then we reverted to sex talk. But tipping in general. Are there times you feel guilty and tip? Just because it's more like Bob said, they insinuate they deserve something. I don't know what to do.
Hey, Tom.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I was at a plant store recently. It was specifically a plant store. Asked about a few plants I was interested in. Bought my plant. When I went to purchase, it asked for a tip.
Really? Plants?
That's crazy. A retail store?
Well, it's right there at Quebec and County line.
Yes.
And Mark, where we do yoga, there's a plant store there.
Did you tip or no?
I'm not going to say.
Oh, Christ.
My Italian deli where I buy cold cuts.
Thank you, Suzanne, for getting us back on
track.
Wait,
you tip when you get cold cuts at the deli?
Well, under certain circumstances, their checkout system automatically asks you to add a tip. It gives you those options.
Because they have people who do sandwiches and stuff.
Well, yeah, I just
So wait, so you do?
Well,
so if it's there and it's automatic, you hit yes.
No, if it's automatic and I didn't have a special order, like if I'm just getting mortadella and some capicola, I don't tip on that. But they make special order meatballs for me.
I get it.
And
I don't know if I
add a 20% tip on my special order meatballs.
Okay.
Are they Tom's meatballs?
No, they're my meatball. They're my keto. They're carb-free meatballs.
Well, aren't all?
No. When you make meatballs,
no
put
breadcrumbs.
You're telling me when you make but there's so little breadcrumbs per meatball.
Oh, it's
trace carbs.
No, it's not worth counting.
Time, buddy.
Anyway, I got to take a break. I'm Tom Martino. You want to know meatballs and more? Come back to the Troubleshooter Show right after this.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. With Fitness Gallery, you can find the right equipment to work out on your schedule right from home. I have a True Treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
True Treadmills are simply the best. They have shock absorption that absorbs over 80% of your impact. They also have a patented heart rate system. It will keep you within 2 beats of your target heart rate every time. That ensures you a perfect workout.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Fitness Gallery to find the right equipment and get moving today.
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. I would urge you to talk to them. These are tumultuous times, but many people have squirreled away some money, some nest eggs. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies will help you keep that secure. They have arrangements to make it grow or to produce income. But here's what they do that's, I think, the most important. They consult you on everything retirement. Long-term care, legacy planning, passing on your business or selling it, passing it to maybe a loved one or a relative, or selling it. And then also the elements you have, 401ks, IRAs, Roths, and they recommend what you should do with those. So if you want to know what they do, just ask them. rpcenter.com. They're good people. rpcenter.com. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. Okay. I can't say enough about the art of granite. I wish it was called the art of countertops. They do more than granite, but granite was how they started. They can give you a price on the phone. I say they, Mitch Floria and his team, and we know Mitch personally. They do fine crafted beautifully engineered stone. They do regular man-made materials or anything out of the ground. They will do countertops for you, and they'll give you prices on the phone. Tear out and haul away is always free. Wholesale on all countertop materials. Call them for a price. TheArtOfGranite.com. 303-386-5919. 386-5919.
So
Dimitri, I won't be here Thursday, the 10th. I believe it's the 10th. Whatever the 10th is.
I thought you said you would be in. No, am I crazy?
Yeah, you're crazy. It's the only day I said I would.
No, I thought you said the appointment was like at 7:30 in the morning.
Okay, there was one that was 7:30 that was going to be easy peasy. This one has general anesthesia associated with it.
Oh, okay, got it. And that's this Thursday.
The 10th, whatever.
We got you, Tommy. We got your back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's this Thursday. Joy.
Yeah.
I can't believe how much I've been under anesthesia in the past 6 weeks. Does that take a toll on you? I bet you it does.
General anesthesia?
Being general anesthesia? I wonder.
I never noticed the long-term.
No, what I meant was, yeah, I know. But they say, oh, yeah, you try to avoid it. I don't. To me, it's the greatest invention that ever happened was anesthesia. I can think of nothing more in healthcare.
Oh, of course.
That had more benefit.
Antibiotics.
Antibiotics, right? Anesthesia. Because didn't they just used to have whiskey and they knocked you out with a hammer or something? A mallet?
We couldn't have surgery
Well,
without anesthesia.
that's how Mojo and Curly did it.
Mojo.
Bite the bullet.
They remember they would knock him over the head with a bat. Wise guy. God, the Three Stooges, I fucking loved him.
I was more a Laurel and Hardy fan.
I like Laurel and Hardy too. I like Laurel and Hardy go to the moon or Mars.
The Town Pump. That place was called the Town. It's like 5 or 6 bar stools, and that's all there is.
Wow. I can't remember that place.
And it was a 3-2 bar in those days.
Okay.
3-2 bars.
Yeah, back when
That's why Bob can't remember it.
you could drink beer at 18 instead of 21 if it's 3-2 beer.
Yep. Because that made all the difference, right?
Yeah.
We behaved until we were 21.
Well, Duds and Suds was a 3-2 bar.
My package was delivered.
Fort Ram was?
What a typer. Are you mad typing, Mark?
That's not me.
What Ram?
I know.
I think.
Yes, that is.
Are you
angry
mad,
typing.
Mark?
That's funny.
Mark, those commercials I have to
Pissed
do.
off.
What was it?
Yes.
I won't get them today. I'll get them tomorrow, I promise, in the morning.
10 seconds, guys.
Is it Gravina?
Yeah, because I have a doctor.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Did you know I just got an invitation to, guess what, a grand opening of Cracker Barrel somewhere? Anyway, Judy, what do you think about Judy? What do you have to say about tipping?
Okay, well, you guys were talking about it, and I found this to be very strange. I went online to help a nephew out with a hit-a-thon for opening day for their Little League.
Yeah.
And then literally, you could give your donation, but literally you could not check out till you tipped the website.
What? And what did they want for a tip?
You could easily, well, they started them out at like $5 to $10, you could go customize it, but literally you had to give at least $1, or you couldn't get out of the website, you couldn't donate, you couldn't do anything because the use
Was
of
it
their
called?
site. And
Was
they
it
wanted
called
tips
an
to maintain
actual?
the site.
Was it actually called a tip or transaction fee or what?
Oh no, it says tip right on there. Tip
Now
right
that
on there.
sucks, man. That sucks because they should at least call it what it is: added profit or service fee or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not a tip. That is ridiculous. And
It's called a tip.
well,
Yeah.
okay. Well, thanks for your input. So, Mark, have you ever heard of sites where they force a tip like that? Wait, you have?
I have
Dimitri?
never seen that, but I don't doubt it.
Dimitri, you seen it?
Yeah, there's a pizza place downtown that I used to get pizzas from maybe 5 to 10 times a year. In a couple of years, and I would always get to-go orders, almost always.
Okay.
And so I would place my order online, pick it up, half an hour later. And a couple of years ago, they switched to a mandatory tip for a takeout order. And I don't have any option. I can increase it. I can't zero it out. I can't reduce it.
What is is it 15?
I don't remember the percentage.
Where did we ever get to this tipping?
Consulting. So this was 3 years ago. So I stopped buying pizza from them. So it's because it was like tip should be optional. It should be up to me.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, why tip to me? Where did it all start? I wonder where tipping started. Where did it start? Like, why did we all of a sudden, we get served a meal, that waiter or waitress is being paid? I'm not suggesting we don't tip people right now because we were already in the system. But why did it get that way where restaurants underpaid their staff depending on tips? How did that evolve? I wonder if my boyfriend can tell me that. I haven't put it into him yet, but I could see what he regurgitates. That's what I call my artificial intelligence. I used to call it my girlfriend when there was a female voice, but now they took my female voice away, so I don't know what to do about it. But my voice definitely has an Adam's apple, so it's my artificial intelligence, which I use Chat GPT. But I'm going to ask it where tipping, and Mark, you're probably Googling right now where tipping originated. What I'd really like to know is, could we ever go back to a system where people just get paid? Like, do you like the idea of tipping? Or would you rather have a flat rate? I would rather know the price and not ever have to tip.
That would be great.
I would love it.
I agree 100%. I loved Uber when you couldn't tip on Uber, no matter what. Couldn't do it.
Oh, really? I didn't even know they had a time when you couldn't tip.
Yep, in the beginning you could not.
Yep, our favorite, Susan and I's favorite brewery is 105 in Castle Rock. You cannot tip.
Really? For anything in there?
Unless, well, here, let's say, if you you can't own your credit card. If you had a couple of bucks, they have a tip jar they do a charity every month. So if you insist on tipping, they give it to a charity.
Oh, then that's wonderful. But anyway.
And it has to be by cash.
Okay, and like I said, tipping, we're in the system. We can't just not tip now. I think it would be unfair. And a lot of service workers work their asses off. But how about a travel agent or a concierge at a hotel? I always tip. Like when you sit there and take up their time, find out, and they get you tickets or they call restaurants and you're sitting there in the lobby, right? And you take 10, 15 minutes of their time. They make all those arrangements. Don't you pop a 10 or 20 to them if they do all that for you?
A lot of times, yeah.
Yeah. I think concierge, things like that. It's weird though, because maybe there is a clear guide to tipping. I just haven't found it. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Troubleshooter Show, what is your first name? Dave, hi, in a sentence or less. What would you like to talk to Tom about on the show today? Okay, and I did hear you right. Dave, D as in dog, A-V-E, correct? Thanks, man. Hang tight.
The custom of tipping, medieval Europe. Servants receive small tips of money under their veils from aristocratic guests. The word tip came from to ensure promptitude. in the 18th century.
Hey, one of these monitors went out, by the way, Dragon.
Next episode of Our American Stories.
All right. John Fuller is a personal injury attorney, and I hope you never need him. But you know what I love about John is he makes himself available to everyone. Now, I do suggest you call for information. If you ever are injured, he'll give you information free of charge. He's the only personal injury attorney that actually talks to people, potential clients or otherwise. So he'll talk to you. No obligation ever. If you do hire him, if you do like him, that's fine. It's on a percentage fee basis. You still don't pay out of pocket. And you get his personal cell phone. You can call or text at any time. Take him up on his offer for free advice. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. You know, overfunding life insurance is one way to build up a cash account. You get life insurance, but you overfund the premium. Now, one of the pioneers of this system is Joe Chiano right here in Denver. And what he shows you is when you overfund and it grows tax-free, he shows you how to use it tax-free for income or for buying things. If you want to learn more about this very basic concept, you can get involved for as little as a couple $100 a month. Check out becomethebanker.org. 303-779-6600.
It's
I found out we're tipping involved.
Tom?
Yeah.
I was out a few days last week when you were out. Frequent flyer Phil has an update from last week. I think Mark took the call. I can't remember.
I
but
think
it's,
I remember one. with
You
him.
did. You just stopped tracking Phil. That's what happened.
did.
Oh, okay. All right. He has an update.
I forget what the hell it was.
It was about his flooded house or something.
Oh,
you guys
you
were
wouldn't,
going
you
round
wouldn't pay
and round.
attention or listen to the guy. I remember this.
Phil's getting as bad as Drew.
I had to step in.
Who can go? Who can't go number two?
Oh, yeah.
I had to step in and handle this one because Tom was being too short.
Yeah, I can't go number two anymore.
Exactly.
He was the guy that wrote that email.
We got to get a bit from Phil that we can play next to that.
I like when Phil called in and tried to change his voice.
Yeah. This is Bob.
Did you see this one receipt somebody sent us?
Did you see what Trump just
it
said?
said tip 0, you suck. And then it says total 87.84. And then where the signature goes, it says I hope Trump deports you.
Oh, that's
I like that.
I love that.
He just said, if listen to this, man. If China doesn't take back their 34% they hit us with over the weekend,
Extra 34%.
he's going to go up. Is it 34?
It's extra 30. They already had like a 35% on us, so they additionally added
it.
Who did?
He's going to increase theirs to 50% to tomorrow.
China.
Okay, so what if we stop
50
buying Chinese goods then?
That's exactly what will happen. I mean, that's probably it.
So Chinese aren't going to, they're going to hurt themselves.
Not only that, then we'll tell everybody else not to, or else we won't trade with them.
The problem is everything on the planet seems to come from China.
Yeah, because we let it go that way. Oh, I can't wait for the robots. I'll be first in line to buy a Tesla robot. I'm going to teach it to understand my diction.
Are you?
That'll be a miracle.
If I tell that damn robot to mow the lawn next Thursday, it will know that that is the next Thursday. No excuses.
I just don't. I let him entertain himself now.
So, Bob, if someone calls into Plumline to get the drain cleaning...
10 seconds.
Ah, dang it.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're talking about the concept of tipping, and I asked artificial intelligence about it. I call it my boyfriend. Medieval Europe, it started in the 1600s. Believe it or not, they would tip underneath the veils of the servants, whatever the hell that means. Anyway, then they said the tip comes from the etymology. It comes from an old slang to ensure promptitude, TIP. In England, the 18th century, tipping spread to coffee houses and taverns. And then the upper classes used it to assert their status by tipping, saying, we'll pay extra. Tipping comes to America post-Civil War when wealthy Europeans were here. Americans didn't tip on purpose to distinguish themselves from the wealthy Europeans, but then it eventually spread anyway into restaurants, railways, hotels, service workers, businesses. Then the U.S., it became common practice to count tipping toward total wages to keep employers from paying the full amount. So it's entrenched, people. It's not something just by, that just happened in the last few years. Dave, what do you have to say about tipping? Go ahead, Dave. Dave?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Okay. So my pet peeve, I just went to a sporting event this last weekend and no cash anywhere. It's all credit cards and they use those little POS displays. And I got a beer for $10.65. It took them all of 20 seconds to tap it. And when you go to the next screen, it starts at, how much would you like to tip? 18%, 20%, or 22%? It's like, so my $10 beer becomes $13 when it's all
right.
If I put in 18 or 20%. What? Why not start it at 5 or 10% for a service like pouring a dang beer?
You shouldn't. It's crazy.
I know what he means.
We just went through that.
There are people that hand you a bottle of water out of a display and have a tip on it, or they grab a bagel that's pre-sliced and put it in a bag for you. I mean, really, I do agree that it is weird. There are people who are doing prepared items and just handing them to you. It does feel like a wasted tip. I still do it. I'll be honest with you. I still do it. I don't know.
So do I.
Where did you find a $10 beer?
Why, is that cheap?
No, it sounds expensive. Where do they sell
Pepsi Center or somewhere, bro. Ball Arena.
$16.
Oh, at the Ball Arena.
Do you know how much I paid for grilled cheese at an Avalanche game?
$15.
Really?
Yeah.
$35.
$18 for a grilled cheese.
For a grilled cheese.
$18. Yep. Anyway.
Wow.
Listen, you what the hell? I mean, where did it get to be like that, though?
Yeah, bottle of water is like $4.75.
Yeah. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Recently I had an interest in non-alcohol, right? They have something now a lot of bars are doing called mocktails.
Yeah.
I looked at one of the mocktails that was a mojito or something, and they even really try to make it have a little liquory aftertaste, but they don't put liquor in it. So the mocktail was 85 or 90% of what the regular cocktail is. And if they come on, man, how dare you?
Total rip.
$15 for a drink and $13.95 for the mocktail. I mean, the mocktail should be, no, I didn't get it, but I mean, I thought that was weird. And do they have wine?
That is
not, I hear how they have wine now that doesn't have alcohol.
Oh yeah, I've had it.
Really? Does it taste anything like wine?
Beer.
Can't possibly be any good.
No, I mean, what does it taste like?
The wine didn't. It could be the wine I tasted wasn't very good, but the alcohol-free beers are pretty good.
Really?
Yeah, I get those once in a while.
They're totally alcohol-free.
Shirley Temples are pretty good.
No. They're close, though. They're almost
Shirley
zero.
Temple's the original
Hey,
mocktail.
Shirley Temples, of course. They're not without liquor anyway.
That's the original mocktail.
Oh, that's the original mocktail. Okay, cool. You're right, it is. And so it would be fun to see what you could come up with, like a margarita.
Or they used to call them virgin daiquiris, but instead of charging $3, now they charge $13.
No, they do. They do.
Yeah, it's the same
anyway,
thing.
Phil,
They just changed
Phil,
the name.
can you update us? What was the problem you were calling in about?
Well, I called in the other day about the water damage, and I was having trouble with home site insurance.
Yeah, your insurance company. And what I guess what we said was, I believe
They claimed they never got. They claimed they never got the estimate from
Right.
his
It was
contractor.
like 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
Mark.
Yes,
Mark,
sir.
Tom.
Yeah.
So while we were on the air the other day, on my wife's email, she looked, and they're sending me a check. So they must have heard you.
Yeah, they did.
Or heard us.
We're powerful.
Yeah, they did.
Phil, I was working with you over Friday about it.
Hell, we're all going to
Yeah.
take
And
Did you
I-
reach out, Bo?
Bob,
Yes,
you
I
too.
called,
Mark, Suze.
I'm
No, Bo legitimately called
I did
over.
all the work on that one, yeah.
Dragon.
I think
Yeah,
Suzanne
hey.
handled it.
I called Kelsey at Homeside Insurance Company.
So what's the update, though, Phil? Did we get it handled for you?
Not really. They didn't.
Aw.
Well, no, they're sending me a check, but it ain't going to be enough. But anyways, I was going to have Chopper.
We told you to call Matt.
No, Chopper was going to call Jeff at Handyman Connection, and I wanted to know what a deputy doc found out what the estimate there was, because I can't find that out.
Phil, this is Bo. I'm the one that called. I called
Bo,
Handy.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. I called Handyman Connection, talked to Jeff. He has submitted the estimate to do the construction on your basement to Kelsey at Homeside Insurance.
Good.
So, and I then put a call into Kelsey to make sure that she received the estimate, but she has not got back.
So he called in to talk to Tom, then he talked to Mark, and then Mark told him to talk to Bo, then Bo told him to talk to Kelsey, and then Mark reiterated to reach out to a public adjuster, and then Bo called the bank, talked to Sherry. Sherry talked to her boss, Phil, who sent you a check.
Makes perfect sense.
Oh, my God.
Anyways,
that's what happened.
What did Jeff say the estimate was at Connection?
Okay, you got two estimates. Handyman Connection was $27,000, and the Ace Connection estimate was $21,000.
Dang, that's a lot of dough.
Wow.
Now I did not
Okay.
contact Ace. I contacted Jeff.
Okay, so they're sending me a payment of $26,000. So I think what happened, Tom and Mark, they heard this and they said, "Hey."
No, what happened was Bo called them. Literally, Bo called them.
God Almighty.
That's what
He's
happened.
getting 26,000, which is
What does he not understand?
No matter what, we're going to get Bob Logan involved.
I don't think it's enough for the damage and
And if an
everything.
insurance, Phil, if an insurance company says they owe you money, but you're arguing on how much money, you call Matt at Paragon Services.
Okay, I will do that.
There we go.
But Tom, I don't know if you want to get your dinger out or not.
What? I
Well,
get it out,
it's
but
not
for
done,
just
so it's
anybody.
not
What is?
di-
Tell me
Yeah.
what's the dinger for what we're doing so far? You mean?
It's for Bo.
Okay.
Yeah, what we're doing for Bo and and what happened that.
Hey, Phil, what's your favorite drink? Seriously.
Well, I don't drink anymore, but it was Jack Daniels.
Jack, okay.
Jack Daniels.
I wouldn't drink anything else.
Tom's like, I used to drink Jack Daniels.
No, I never liked it.
Yeah, you would drink it with Diet
never-
Coke 30 years ago.
I was never really, well, now and then. I was never really a heavy drinker of liquor. But then
Well, do you remember I called you a while back? I don't know. It might have been 7, 8 years ago, Tom. I told you about the problem I was having, and
he's got a mind like a steel trap.
I'd remember.
No, I can't remember exactly what it was. I think
You remember exactly what it was,
I would
but yet
remember.
we don't
Phil,
know what it was.
Phil, give me a general idea.
Well, I lost my wallet up in the mountains.
That's it. Go ahead, Tom.
No, I don't remember that.
And I no. I told Tom at that time that there was a guy met up there that had my first name, my middle name, and my last name.
Yes.
Okay.
Did he give it back?
No, I found the wallet the year after I laid it down and buried it by a rock.
Why did you
and
bury
I remembered that. But anyways,
Wait a minute. You said you lost your wallet. Now you're telling me you buried it.
I think he forgot where he buried it.
And what did Tom tell you to do with all this info?
I thought I lost. I thought I lost it until I thought.
That's back when you drank Jack Daniels.
That's Jack Daniels talking there. So you thought you lost it, then you remembered you buried it.
Yeah, you told me, Tom. I remember you telling me you asked me what I was drinking.
Right. Well, see. Okay, I was pretty perceptive at the time.
How did you happen to realize you buried it and then you found it a year later, though? I'm dying.
I don't know.
Well,
that's a weird story, but we don't have time
Mark,
for it
did
right
you go
now.
to
Hold on.
bury
We got more
something
coming
else?
up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Pretty easy driving throughout the Denver Metro as we start the afternoon. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through the metro area as well as up north to Fort Collins. Back to town, we do have one incident over on the east end off Highway Quebec Street northbound. A crash approaching I-70 with slow traffic back from Smith Road. About a 5-minute delay there. Further east, Pena Boulevard southbound, some slowdowns between Tower Road and 56th. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
Red Rocks Roof and Solar for your solar needs. Red Rocks does a great job. Let me tell you first why they do a great job, because they actually do the job. They don't just sell solar at the door. They install it and they service it. In fact, they can even service your system if you didn't buy it from them. They're great people. They can help you with commercial systems or residential. With commercial, there's special grants available that can help pay for the entire system. RedRocksRS.com. 303-704-2449. 8 years ago, I set out to help myself preserve my investments and to make as much as I could. I hired people exclusively to work for me. It's a true story. What happened was I got some pretty cool returns and we developed some pretty great algorithms at the time. Now they call it artificial intelligence. I put together an investment company, investment advisory company, and now it's open to the public. Wave 8 Wealth Management. Now, let me explain this to you. We're different because we actually do investment advisement. Most advisors, if they're honest with you, they're going to tell you they take your money, but they're obligated to put it with a bigger advisor who does all of the investing. We customize each and every portfolio, and we have personalized service, and my name's behind it, and my money is invested right alongside yours. Wave8capital.com. That's wave the number 8, wave8capital.com. 303-771-HELP. 303-771-4357.
Hey, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Question about Starlink.
Hit whatever hit Bob specials. I didn't hear it coming out of the shoe.
I will.
And a heads up, you'll have just under a minute coming back.
Yeah, that's
Bob,
why
you're
I'm
gonna have
bugging
to
him.
Give us our specials coming back pretty quickly.
Is the portable RV one?
And I don't know if you want to do a trouble ticket or not, but this monitor went completely dead just all by itself.
Nice.
And the screen jumped over to here, which is good because I'm used to this screen. This one's off. This one's where this usually is, if that makes sense.
Weird.
Do you see your camera?
No.
It's right there. So
how do I look?
The mic's there. That looks good right there. So the mic was covering you. See, look at it right there.
Looks good.
Got it.
It's pretty nice.
This one right here?
Yeah. So we'll do the special coming back. And if you look good,
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
We got to get a Phil quote.
Yes.
I lost my wallet, but then I found out that I buried it.
I buried it a year later. Or a year earlier.
Why does someone bury their wallet? God, I'd love to spend 20 minutes diving into that brain.
What do you want, Kitty? Your buddy? I don't know where your buddy went.
Meow. Did you ever think when you eat Chinese, it ain't pork or chicken but a fat Siamese? But the food
Mark,
tastes great,
we're gonna get
so you
canceled
don't
here, bro.
complain.
We're gonna get
but
canceled,
that's
bro.
not chicken in your chicken chow mein.
Oh, man.
It's Garfield
Hey,
on
moron.
your fork. It's purring there on your fork. And the cat's in the kettle at the Peking moon, the place that Tom meets every day at noon. You can serve him cat and he'll never know once they wrap it up in dough. You should have seen Tom's face, Dragon. Years ago, we had this guy in named Ming, and I got to know Ming over time, just emailing back and forth, longtime listener. And he told me where he grew up. Literally, in China, the only restaurants around him were all dog. So as we sit down and he's in as a common man, I said, and what's crazy, too, Tom, is where Ming's from, all they eat is dog.
Oh, my
Tom's
God.
face.
Yes.
Tom's face.
I remember that
just
one restaurant.
couldn't believe it.
Remember that one restaurant, Walk Your Dog?
Walk your dog.
Walk
That's
your
a good one.
dog.
Boom, boom.
Sure does taste good.
And Tom looks at me and he's like, what did you just say? Walk your dog. And then Ming jumped in and said, no, that's true. When I was a little boy growing up in blah, blah, blah. He makes Mingaritas now, by the way.
Mingaritas?
He's got them in liquor stores everywhere, Tom.
Is that real?
Real, honest to God.
What is in it?
It's like a margarita.
I will
assume
tell you,
tequila.
I
And
truly do miss margaritas.
10 seconds.
I miss margaritas and all kinds of shit.
Wash out the white noise of the mainstream media. The only missing ingredient is you. Join me each day of the work week, starting at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
All right, let's talk to Bob Logan now. It's really important. Be prepared. Be like a Boy Scout. Be prepared. Bob, what are you going to do to help people get prepared at plumblineservices.com?
So be prepared. We got the $49 spring plumbing checkup. We got our $79 AC tune-up. But here's another thing I'll say. Right now, if you buy a furnace or air conditioning system through anybody, not just Plumbline, any reputable contractor, they have up to $9,000 between federal rebates, XL rebates. Find a reputable contractor if you need to replace it. You're never going to see rebates like that. And so
Wow.
I hope you
Plumbline Service.
but you can call.
Here's the number.
Take
303-586-1086, 303-586-1086. And for us, it's always 303 Martino. Save all your problems for me. Wow.
Everybody, see ya.
Thank you, guys. That was one hell of a ride.
Are any rebates like that available for heat pump?
Yes.